Aluhu.
Aluhu.
El Shaddai Henu Tenu. Abiaba Mabiuska Babiako. Takwados wish Meka Kwados Banusha Meka Lola Mae. With Shamu Bne El Shabbat La So El Shabbat La Doro Tambili Ola. Beni Bne Shell Otinola. He said, Shekami Masa El Shaddai Wa Shamayim. Where Ta'alit Rayom Mashdi Shabbat Wa Ina Flash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Turateka, Baruch Kedushateka, El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Lolam Waye, Baruch Shem Kabor Makutu Lolam Waye, Baruch Kabor Lohim Kumo Malek Elyon, Haluhu Lolam Waye. First of all, I'd like to give honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. The great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgression, but who by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquity of the fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. To our forefathers, I'd like to say unto you, giving due respect to mothers in Israel, princes, chiefs, and to all the house of Israel, I'd like to say unto you, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
You may be seated. Also giving due respect and honor to my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chiefmen, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
The oldest book that was preserved by God, and the only book that was preserved by God is the Old Testament.
That's right. Come on.
That was the oldest book that was preserved by God.
That's right. Yep. Come on.
Okay? Why did God preserve this book for hundreds and thousands of years? Because he left a way. That was our way of returning back to God. By preserving this book, we have a way to return back to God. We have a way to learn the ways of God. We have a way to learn the things that our forefathers did to attract God's attention. We have a way to learn the things that our forefathers did to cause God to separate himself from us. This is the oldest book that God has preserved. So when we go into all these other books, it has to correlate with the book that God preserved for us, which is the Old Testament. Which is the Old Testament. When we go into all these other books, it has to correlate with our history. Because people want to put remixes and add on. All right? To appease their heathenistic thoughts. To appease this heathenistic mentality. So we cannot incorporate paganism with the ways of God, with the customs of God, with the traditions of God. This is the only book that God preserved for us. No other book was preserved as long as the Old Testament. Okay? It says, ye that love the Lord, if you love God, I said, if you love God, you will hate evil. You will despise evil. You will hate anything that is done contrary from what God says. You will despise that. You will eschew evil. And that was the level where Job was at. Job was at a level where he hated anything and everything that was against God. Okay? The Most High guarded the souls of the saints. I said God guarded the soul of the saints, the soul of the pious. So when God is guarding you, he's going to lead your path. He's going to make sure he leads you towards that right direction. He's going to keep the feet of his saints. This is why the Creator has guarded Abel's feet and directed Abel's feet towards offering up the correct thing. Because the order of the offerings wasn't set up yet. Okay? But Cain wasn't found. God did not regard Cain. I said God did not regard Cain. So therefore, because God did not regard Cain, he did not regard his offering. Your prayers will not be accepted if you are not accepted.
Wow.
In order for my prayers to be accepted, me as a person, have to be accepted of God. How do we become accepted of God? How do we become regarded of God? By taking heed to every word that is in this book. Taking heed to what? The laws, the commandments, the statutes. Because you can know the history front and back.
True.
But the one thing that you need to be grounded in is the laws of God. Because that's the only thing that's going to deliver your soul from the pit.
There you go.
I said that's the only thing that's going to deliver your soul from the pit.
Right.
Wow.
We are adding on and we are taking away to suffice and to accommodate your ways, our own ways.
That's right.
We are adding on to the laws and taking away from the law to accommodate your own way of thinking, to accommodate your own ways, because we have a problem with getting rid of these hedonistic mentalities, hedonistic ways that doesn't correlate with what we read in the book. It doesn't correlate with what we read in the book.
That's right.
If I don't read it here, I ain't got to accept it. And that's my only problem. Read. And if you don't read it here, don't accept it.
Right.
And I ain't got to accept it. And don't tell me I'm going out of my mind
That's right.
because I don't read it there. That's what my father taught me, man. And that's what needs to be taught for all Israel.
Right.
You don't take
Yeah.
foreign books, other
Yeah.
books, because some of these books does not correlate with the Old Testament.
No.
Because you don't read it in the Old Testament.
Right.
So it's not there.
That's right.
So it's not valid.
That's right.
Before we had all those other books, the Old Testament was here.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
The
Right.
Torah was here.
Yeah.
Yes, it
The
was.
history of
Yeah.
Samuel was here.
Yeah.
Joshua, Ezekiel, those prophets,
Yeah.
those things was here already.
Yep, it sure was.
So if you don't read it here, leave it alone. Leave it alone. Huh? God said, who maketh his angels spirits? Huh? Psalms 104, the heavy psalm. Who maketh his angels spirit? God created and established and created them angels.
Right.
That's his angelic hosts. And they're here to do God's bidding. They're not here to be merciful. They're not here to be compassionate. They're not here to be kind. All they see is a violator.
Yep.
And once you violate God, his angelic host is against you.
Yeah. Automatic.
I said, God's angelic host is against you. We have to close the breach, people. I said, we got to close the breach. We got to close the opening. Who left it open? You did.
Yeah.
By sinning presumptuously. By sinning and violating the laws presumptuously. By adding on and taking away from what God says. Huh? Fools, because of their transgressions, is afflicted. Huh? Psalms 107, verse 17. He said, fools, because of their transgressions. What made you a fool? Your sins, your iniquities that we have committed before God. Because you look, man, let's go into Genesis 15. Genesis chapter 15. Huh? Abraham. That man, God has preserved the history of our forefather Abraham as an example of what to be like.
Yeah.
God has preserved the history and the ways of our mother Sarah, so the woman can pattern themselves and know how to be a wife, how to be a woman, how to be a righteous and godly woman. Because these women that we read about in the book were examples for the woman. The men that we read about in the book were examples for men of what to be like, what not to be like, what to do and what not to do. What happens when I do this? What happens when I don't do this? What happens, the things that we do that can stir and kindle the wrath of God? This is why I have to say it again. We did not use incense.
Okay.
The only time the incense was burnt and used was during sacrifices.
Yeah.
We don't burn incense in our houses.
No.
I don't burn incense in my house.
We don't.
Yeah.
I don't burn incense in my house.
Right.
Because the incense was only used for offerings, for the altar. That's it. We don't have an altar now.
No.
So why do we continue to burn incense and frankincense and all these?
True.
Why? Let's read.
Genesis chapter 15.
Genesis chapter 15.
After these things,
After these things,
the word of the Lord came unto Abram in a vision.
wait a minute. He said the word of the Lord came unto Abraham in the vision. Right? The word for vision is makazeh. Makazeh means a vision in an ecstatic state. Now we're going to learn why God was able to appear to Abraham in a vision. What form of mind did Abraham have to have in order for God to appear to you? What type of person you have to be in order for God to introduce you to his laws?
Okay.
Huh? That's what happened with Abraham. He was worthy. Abraham was a worthy man, considered and regarded in the eyes of God, because he had a heart like no other. I say he had the heart like no other. He had the mind frame like no other. Characteristics, everything about Abraham was godly. And Abraham had that naturally. God saw that in Abraham when he was serving gods of wood and stones. He was serving idols.
Boy.
And he saw the dedication. He said, if I open this guy's eyes, this guy will serve me. Because God tries the heart and the reins of man.
Right.
So the word ecstatic state, makazeh, means vision in the ecstatic state. An ecstatic state is a trance induced by intense devotion to God. You hear that? Intense devotion to God. How many of us got that intense devotion to serve God? We don't got it today. Huh? These are things that we have to develop. And when we develop it, I said, when we develop that ecstatic state, when we develop that intense devotion to serve God, guess what? You may start seeing visions. Because now God said, now you're ready. See, God don't do things and he don't work with you until he see you are mentally and physically ready for this vision. Huh? God ain't going to deal with you yet because you're still developing. But you have to be putting in the work. You can't put in the work backing out from God's law. You can't put in the work going in and out because the word sift. Do you know majority of the Israelites today are in a sift? Because when you look up the word sift in the Hebrew, it says hani oti, or something like that, and almost 6, almost 9. Amos 9. Okay, I don't want to tell you the wrong word. So I'm going to go into Amos 9 quick fast. Okay, so the Hebrew word for sit, right, is, I'm going to tell you right now what the Hebrew word for sit is. He said, I will sift the nation. Are ye not as the children? I'm going to read the whole verse. Look what God said. God has compared us to the Ethiopians. He said, I'm in Amos 9, chapter 9, verse 7. He said, are ye not as the children of the Ethiopians unto me? God has compared us to Ethiopians. The Ethiopians, one of the descendants of Cush. Grandson of Cush, Noah, through Ham, right? He said he compared us to the Ethiopians. Why would God compare Israel to these people? Because we began Hellenism, started from way back then. I said Hellenism started from way back then. You know what Hellenism is? Devotion to. What you're devoted to means a lot. Okay? Whatever you're devoted to means you agree. You agree with it. Devoted to or imitation. I said imitation or to imitate. This is why it's very important to stick to the blueprint. There's only one blueprint, and that's the Old Testament. The Mishnah is not the blueprint. The Kabbalah is not the blueprint.
Talk about it.
None of these books are blueprints that you get your information from.
Okay.
The blueprint is the Old Testament.
Okay.
And the only blueprint.
Teach.
And the information that you get from the rest of these other books has to correlate with the blueprint that God preserved. That's why you even got to be careful with the Hebrew.
Teach.
Because when you go into Hebrew words, you got to know the meaning, the root word, what was the word that goes with the passage.
Right.
You have to really be careful.
Teach.
Be careful when you're going into the Hebrew. This is why these teachings was only for scholars.
Teach.
I said teaching this is only for scholars. Because when you go into these words, it has to correlate with the passage that you're reading from. Because if you don't recognize that, you also would be led astray to believe something that's not there.
Right.
Okay? Now, Hellenism is devotion to or imitation of ancient Greek thoughts. Ancient Greek thoughts, ancient Greek customs, and ancient Greek styles. That's the fashion. We dress like Greeks. God didn't give us a suit and tie. I said, God didn't give us a suit and tie. So when you dress and put on suit and ties, coming to teachings, those are Greek fashions. Those are Roman fashions. That's not God's fashion. That's not a fashion that God has created.
That's right.
That's why I try my best to put on my garments, and I need to buy more garments for myself so I can look like God wants me to look like in my robes.
That's right.
Because that's what he gave Adam and Eve.
That's right.
He didn't clothe them in a t-shirt or sweaters or none of that.
That's right.
But we teach the people and we tell the people the foreign apparel was apparel with deities on it.
Oh, my goodness.
This is why I stay away from dashikis. I don't wear dashikis.
That's right.
You know why? Because dashikis is an African culture,
That's right.
African fashion.
I ain't no African.
And they have all these symbols on these African patterns that you don't know the meaning of.
Okay.
What's wrong with wearing a robe that's plain? The only thing I read that wasn't plain when it says in Genesis that Jacob made Joseph a coat of many colors. When you look it up in the Hebrew for the word colors, it means a coat or garment or robe of many stripes,
Yeah.
which is a ketonet pasim. Pasim means stripes,
Okay.
which was an honorable apparel. Because if you go into the Hebrew concerning Tamar, Tamar also wore a robe of many stripes, which was an honorable apparel. Everybody ain't wear that. Everybody ain't wear that.
That's right.
So we got to be careful of imitating ancient Greek thoughts,
Yeah.
because your thoughts can separate you from God. I said, just your thoughts alone can separate you from God. Forward thought separates you from God. Ancient Greek customs. Stop incorporating ancient Rome and ancient Greek and American customs in our customs.
All right.
Stop incorporating American customs in our styles. Stop. Because we can't get to God incorporating things and remixing these things here. Okay? A trance induced by intense devotion, right? Which is loyalty. Which is loyalty. Abraham was loyal from the jump. God saw that man had loyalty in him from the beginning.
That's right.
That's what caused God to move, to show him his ways. He said, seeing that in him, he said, man, this God can serve me. He got it in him to serve me. He said, love, and he said, which is loyalty, love, and care for God. This is what Abraham had. This is why it was nothing for Abraham to kill his son for God. God told him, he said, hey, I'm going to use your only son that you love. You don't think God knew that he loved his son?
Right.
You don't think God knows that I love my children?
That's right.
But God will use your own children to see where's your devotion?
Right.
Where's your devotion?
Yeah.
What are you going to put first? You're going to put your children before God?
Okay.
You're going to put your wife and your husband before God?
Okay.
You're going to put your parents before God?
Okay.
And God used that. Use the thing that you uphold against you to see what choice you're going to make.
Okay.
What is the choice you're going to make? We got to put God first. We got to put God and his laws above everything. Okay? Now, Abraham felt this way naturally. And by Abraham feeling this way naturally, those are the type of people that God gives visions to. Let's read.
After these things, the word of the Lord came unto Abram in a vision.
Oh,
saying,
hold up. I gotta go. Go back to verse 2. I wanted to show you the word for sit. Okay? Are ye not as the children of the Ethiopians unto me? Sound like today. We are just like Americans. We think like Americans. We walk like Americans. We dress like Americans. What is the difference between Jerubbaal and Henry? They look the same.
Okay.
That is also a way of following after other gods, because you look like them, you eat like them, you walk like them, you think like them. Everything you do is like them. So you are them. You are them. You can only depict a person by who he is, by how he dresses.
Okay.
I say you can only depict a person by who he is or who she is by how you dress, how you think, how you live. How else was Moses called, and why was Moses called an Egyptian? He didn't think like an Egyptian, but he was dressed like an Egyptian.
Yeah. Teach.
So you think that doesn't hold no weight with God?
Sure do.
O children of Israel, saith the Lord, have not I brought up Israel out of the land of Israel, out of Egypt? Now the Most High gonna flex his wings now. God gonna flex his wings now.
Yeah.
Now he gonna make some declarations.
Yeah.
He gonna make declarations. He said, I was the God that took you out of Egypt. He said, I delivered you out of there. And the Philistines from Caphtor, and the Syrians from Ker. Behold, the eyes of the Lord God are upon the sinful nation. That's what we is today. We are a sinful nation, a sinful kingdom, right? And I will destroy it from off the face of the earth, saving that I will not utterly destroy the house of Yaakov, saith the Lord. For lo, I will command, and I will sift the house of Israel among all nations. Now the Hebrew word for sift is hanioti. Hanioti means to swift, to sway, to waver. Now, how do you know if you are in the sift? I said, how do you know if we're in the sift? When you begin to turn aside from what God said. When you begin to deflect from what God said. When you begin to vacillate. To vacillate means to waver. To waver means to fluctuate in opinions, to fluctuate in your allegiance, to fluctuate in your direction and choices, to waver or fluctuate in the mind, will, or feelings. When you hesitate in your choice of opinions or course, you are undecided. You keep going back and forth with God. You're in the sift.
Right in the fence.
I said, you're in the sift.
That's right.
Okay? When you keep eating blood and fat, you're in the sift.
That's right.
When you sin presumptuously,
Yeah.
I'm not going to pinpoint no law. And I'm not going to write no specific law. When you sin presumptuously, because I don't want you to think I'm throwing hangers and I'm throwing arrows and I'm shooting at certain people. No. When you sin presumptuously, you're in the sift.
That's right.
I said, when you sin presumptuously, you are in the sift.
That's right.
And you have left, and that's when the breach remains open for sin to come to your mind. Because before I violate the law, iniquity comes here first.
That's right.
It's going to come here first before I do it. Go back to Genesis 15 verse 2.
Genesis 15. After these things, the word of the Lord came unto Abram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am thy shield and thy exceeding great reward.
I am thy shield and thy exceeding great reward.
Wow. That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
So, God was Abraham's shield. Not a 6-point star.
No. Oh, fine. Come on.
Not a 5-point star.
Okay.
And nowhere in the book tells you that we had a 6-point star. They had brazen shields. Again, when you go into these other books, it has to correlate with the blueprint that God has preserved for you. The 6-point star is not going to save you.
No.
At all.
No.
So it doesn't matter if you have it or you leave it alone. It's not a part of our culture. The 6-point star and the 5-point star are demonic emblems.
That's right.
Who taught me that? My father.
Yeah.
Because he was in that world.
That's right.
Where the 6-point star and the 5-point star was used during witchcraft. So now people say, well, that doesn't mean that you can't have it because it was a part of our culture. Where? Show me the book in the Tanakh. Don't give me no other book.
That's right.
Don't bring no Sanhedrin. Don't bring no other book.
Yeah.
I need you to prove to me in the book, in the blueprint that God has preserved, that the 6-point star was a part of our culture.
That's right.
So now I'm going to give you history. The Star of David was inherited through traditions, You know what a tradition is? A tradition is something that's passed down from parents. An inherited pattern of thought. You train the child what to accept,
Yeah.
what not to accept by your teachings, by what you show them. Okay? Which is an inherited pattern of thought. Right? Yeah, what's that, brother? Zacharias. You know how many times I've been showing Israelites that it's an Amos, the 6-point star, your Moloch and your Cheons, the stars of your God, but they go over that. They can't give it up, brother. I said they can't give it up.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It said Remphan, right? Remphan. I said Remphan is another name for Saturn. And the 6-point star is its symbol. That was the symbol of that deity. That was the symbol of Saturn. Okay? Which is what? Say it again. Saturnalia. The winter solstice. That's when the Xmas comes about. During all these times, because it's in worship of a deity named Saturn. Okay? This false god, Remphan, Israelites learned during being captives in Egypt.
They learned
The cradle of civilization, where all religions stem from. Egypt, from Egyptians, incorporated by Nimrod.
Yeah, that's who set it off.
Nimrod is the sun god. And when God confused their language and scattered them, they all migrated in whatever they went to, and every nation took sun god worship with them. That's why all religions stem from sun worship. All religions stem from sun worship. Okay? Now, this custom was Israelites learned during being captives in Egypt long before King David.
All right.
Right? Moloch, Moloch, and I like mentioning their names, and Remphan are two symbolic deities associated with the Star of David. The idolatry practiced by the Israelites when they worshipped the golden calf. Okay?
All linked up.
All this golden calf, it was all linked in together. Okay? At the Mount Sinai, through sacrificial offerings in the wilderness, led them to the worshiping of a star god.
Wow.
There we go.
Of a star god.
Wow.
Okay? Moloch, the god of the Ammonites. The Israelites offered their own children as a sacrifice, which was the child being baptized. But they used fire during that time.
Yeah.
And they offered them to the fire god. That was the baptism. Back then they used fire. Today they use water.
Wow.
Modernized.
They done modernized it. Okay? Most powerful symbols used in witchcraft is the 5 and the 6-point star. I said the most powerful symbols in witchcraft is the 5-point and the 6-point star.
Yep.
The 5-point star upside down is the head of a demon called Baphomet. Baphomet. But we continue to allow 5-point stars in our houses.
Wow.
We continue to allow people to come into your house with these abominable symbols.
Right.
Why don't you allow them to come in with the cross too?
Okay.
Same thing.
It's the same thing.
Okay.
Because you allow them to come in with symbols, which is the 5-point star,
Okay.
which is abominable symbols.
See.
6-point star, which is the abominable symbols, and it's taught about in Genesis. Now I can show you. Now I can show you where it links to the Torah, because in Deuteronomy 4, what God said. Let's go to, you stay where you at, Chief. Deuteronomy 4. It states, take, look, man. Take ye therefore good heed unto yourself. Be on guard.
Watch yourself.
Lest your eyes start to wander into the ways and the customs of the heathens, and you begin to incorporate these ways and these customs into God's custom. And that's what's happening now. For you saw no manner of similitude. Okay? You saw no manner of similitude.
Right.
The word for similitude is temuna. I said the word for similitude is temuna. Israel. Oh, Israel, you ain't got to know no Hebrew.
Right.
All Israel know what temuna is.
Okay.
Yeah. Always you don't know that word.
Temuna is a picture.
Yeah.
See, you ain't seen no picture. You ain't seen no image on the day that the Lord spake unto you in Horeb out of the midst of the fire. God brought the nation at the grounds of Mount Sinai so that they may learn to fear God, so that you can fear me.
Yeah.
You know what that mean, man? I said, do we know the significance of this? God ain't bringing you before no mountain today. So what God do to make you fear him? He put you through trials and tribulations and troubles, affliction, put you in the hospital, and then bring you back, put you in jail, make you think you're looking like 20 years, and then bring you back out, put you through this, and then bring you up out of it, hoping that we will recognize that this is of God. I said, hoping that this is of God.
Yeah.
But we still don't recognize. We are hard-headed, stiff-necked people that can't recognize where the good came from.
Okay.
We can't recognize where good came from.
Yeah.
Where the good came from. We think it was on our own. Because if you truly recognize that, then you will change.
Okay.
I said you will change.
Huh.
He said, lest ye corrupt yourself and make you a graven image, the similitude of any figure. Now let's go into the Hebrew. Okay? Pain tashkitun. Lest you corrupt yourself. Asitem lakem, and make you a fesel temuna kal samel. You know what a samel is? Did we see? Samel is a symbol. A samel is an emblem. A samel is an image. We can't take what we did and what the temple had and incorporate it in our own homes.
No.
Okay? The temple got images of the cherubims, of angels, of the ark,
That's right.
facing and prostrating towards the mercy seat of God. That means you can have a cherubim in your house,
No.
an image or a statue of these things.
No.
No,
Please, Shama.
that was for the temple.
God,
That's it. That was for the tabernacle.
Okay.
That's it. That was for God's house. This is not the
Yeah.
God. This is not God's house.
Right.
This don't have nothing to do with
See,
God's
see.
house. You can't incorporate the things that you have in those temples into your own house.
No.
Huh?
Teach us, Shama.
My father, let me give you an example. My father said, man, you know what? Those are holy colors. Purple, scarlet, blue, and gold. He even made an ephod with those colors. And he only put that ephod on when he was going to pray before God. Why? Because you can also set certain things aside. You can set certain garments aside.
That's right.
That when you're on the fast, I only wear this garment for a fast.
Yeah.
When I'm doing this, I only wear this garment when I'm doing
That's
this.
right.
And I don't put it off for nothing else.
Separate.
Yeah. Right.
So he started going into other things. He said, maybe I should have my house and put only the holy colors of God in the house. Blue, purple, scarlet, and red. But God stopped him. You know why? And it makes sense. You know why God stopped him? He said, "Oh," he said, "I can't do it." He said, "Because Abraham and none of these godly men decorated their house with those colors. Those colors are only decorated, belongs to God.
That's right.
It belongs in the house of God.
That's right.
Yeah.
It belongs to God.
So you don't do these
That's what
things.
make you holy.
That's what made that. This place ain't holy. The temples that you go to congregate at ain't holy.
Right. So
Someone probably died in there and you don't even know.
right.
So, go ahead, Tom Sheik. Go back. Oh, no, my bad. I got to finish reading this. The idolatry practiced by the Israelites when they worshiped the golden calf at Mount Sinai through sacrificial offerings in the wilderness led them to the worship of a star god, Momo, which is Moloch, Momo, the god of the Ammonites. The Israelites offered their own children as a sacrifice, which was the child being baptized. Most powerful symbols used in witchcraft is the 5 and the 6-point star. Okay? The 5-point star, upside down, is the head of a demon called Baphomet. Baphomet. Right? Interlocking two triangles represents two unions. The male and the female. Masonics also use this symbol.
Yeah.
The 6-point star has 6 points. Look at the comparison now. This is history. The Muslims pray to a cube called the Kaaba, which the cube also has 6 sides or 6 faces. Every nation incorporated the 6-point star.
Okay.
It's in there. You just don't know the history.
Okay.
Even before the Middle Ages, the pentagram, the hexagram was established in Judaism and Islam as a talismanic symbol of protection.
Talisman.
Talk about it.
Talisman, right?
Come on. Talk about it.
Which is amulets, right?
Yep.
Of protection against evil spirit and was used in witchcraft.
Okay.
Baal, which is Lord, Zebub, is one of the 7 demonic princes of the underworld, right? And all the demons of the underworld was united and controlled through the 6-point star. Hindus and Buddhists also use this symbol. They call it Satkona, Satkona,
Yep.
right? Which represents the masculine and the feminine. Satkona is the oldest spiritual demonic symbol known to the world today. But we continue to use symbols and use this 6-point star, which is also a demonic emblem. Okay? Where we at, brother? Verse what?
Genesis chapter 15, verse 2.
Verse 2. Genesis chapter 15, verse 2.
And Abram said, Lord God, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless? And the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus.
Okay, read.
And Abram said, Behold, to me thou hast given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is mine heir.
He said, look, oh Lord God, what are you going to give me? He said, you didn't give me a seed. My wife Sarah can't bear. He said, the steward of my house is Eliezer of Damascus. Tom Sheik.
And behold, the word of the Lord came unto him, saying, This shall not be thine heir.
He said, this shall not be thine heir.
For he that shall come forth out of thy own bowels shall be thine heir. And he brought him forth abroad and said, Look now towards heaven, and tell the stars, if thou be able to number them. And he said unto him, So shall thy seed
So
be.
shall thy seed be. Israel was going to be innumerous. You can't count them. Okay, go ahead.
And he believed in the Lord.
He believed in God.
And he counted it to him for righteousness.
Believe. Is what? The beginning of righteousness. In order to do this, you gotta believe. In order to accept this, you gotta believe. And you have to train yourself to believe something that you're reading out of a book because you ain't seen no proof. God ain't shown you no proof. You wasn't there. So you got to train yourself to believe that there was a point, a time in history where God, the presence of God, incinerated a whole mountain range. You got to train yourself to believe that. You got to train yourself to believe that there was a point in time where God gave a people water, where Moses was commanded to strike the rock, strike the mountain, and water flowed. You got to train yourself to believe these things because that is the beginning of righteousness, right? It said God counted it to him for righteousness. You know what counted means? Counted means what? Chashab. Chashab means what? Regarded, thoughts, imagined, right? Abraham was bounded to be righteous because he had belief. He believed God. That's what God saw in him. He seen righteousness in this man. Okay? So now, regarded, your thoughts, your imagination, God regarded him, thought righteousness towards Abraham. Okay? Your thoughts and your everything that your imaginations and everything that you formulate in your mind has to be godly thoughts, righteous thoughts. When these evil and atrocious thoughts come into your mind, eject it. When it doesn't correlate with what you read in the book, now you're dealing with something that you can't see. Now you're dealing with something that you can't see. Go ahead, read.
And he said unto him, I am the Lord that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees.
I am the Lord that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees. Right? Ur. The meaning and the definition of Ur, which is Ur, is meaning is flame. A city in southern Babylonia, city of the Chaldeans, center of sun and moon worship, home of Abraham's father Terah, and the departure point for Abraham's migration to Mesopotamia and Canaan. Okay, Tom sheet. What verse you at?
Verse 8.
Go ahead.
And he said, Lord God, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it?
He said, oh Lord God, prove to me that I'm going to inherit this place. Show me some proof.
Yeah.
Tell me something. Right? Go ahead. What God told him.
He said unto him, take me a heifer of 3 years old.
He said, okay.
And a she-goat.
He said, I need you to go get you a heifer. Go get you a heifer and what?
And
of 3 years old. A she-goat of 3 years old.
And a ram of 3 years old.
And a ram for 3 years old.
And a turtle dove.
And a turtle dove.
And a young pigeon.
And a young pigeon.
And he took unto him all these and divided them in the midst.
Split them, divided them in the midst.
And laid each piece one against another.
One against another.
But the birds divided he not.
Right.
When the fowls came down upon the carcass, Abram drove them away. When the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram. And lo, a horror of great darkness fell upon him. And he said unto Abram, know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them. And they shall afflict them 400 years. And also,
God putting them on. He said, okay, I'm going to prove to you that this is yours. He said, okay,
So,
there's going to be a people that's going to be afflicted for 400 years. Okay, go ahead.
and also that nation whom they shall serve
Uh-huh.
will I judge.
Uh-huh.
And afterwards shall they come out with great substance.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace. Thou shalt be buried in the good old
In the
age.
good old age. Tamshi.
But in the fourth generation they shall come again hither. For the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet fulfilled.
God deals with time. God deals with everything in its time. If my cup has not ran over yet, I'm not going to get dealt with. I have time to correct myself according to the standards of God. Go ahead, read.
And it came to pass that when the sun went down and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces.
Uh-huh.
And that same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt to the great river, the river Euphrates.
Uh-huh.
The Kenites,
Uh-huh.
the Kenizzites, and the Cadmonites, the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Rephaims, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Girgashites, and the Jebusites.
Okay, so the Chaldeans, we go to the next chapter. The Chaldeans, right, were astrologers and magicians.
Yeah, they will.
Astrologer is a person who uses astrology to tell people about their character, about what might happen to them in the future. It originated in Mesopotamia in the 3rd millennium and spread to India, but it developed its Western form in Greek civilization during the Hellenistic period. It entered Islamic culture as part of the Greek traditions and was returned to European culture through Arabic learning through the Middle Ages. Tamshi.
Genesis chapter 16. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, bare him no children.
Uh-huh.
And she had a handmaid, an Egyptian, whose name was Hagar.
Okay.
And Sarai said unto Abram, Behold now,
the
Lord hath restrained me.
The Lord hath restrained me from bearing.
I pray thee, go in.
I pray thee, go in unto my maid.
It may be.
It may be.
That I may obtain children by her.
Okay. Sounds like Sarah didn't have a selfish mentality.
Uh-oh.
I said it sounds like Sarah did not have a selfish mentality.
Uh-oh.
She is doing and committing and fulfilling and doing this act because she wants to bear seed by her husband.
Uh-oh.
And according to the laws of God, if you have a maidservant and your husband go into that maidservant, the child that comes from that servant belongs to the mistress, belongs to Sarah. Okay, Tamshi.
And Abram hearkened.
See, we can't serve God being selfish.
That's right.
I said we can't serve God being selfish.
Talk about
We
it, my brother.
always have to think about how others feel in the position of other
Talk about it, my brother.
people. Okay, go ahead.
And Abram hearkened to the voice of Sarai.
Abraham hearkened to the voice of Sarah.
But
Read.
Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar, her maid,
Uh-huh.
the Egyptian, after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her to her husband Abram to be his wife. And he went in unto Hagar, and she conceived. And when
She went into Hagar and she conceived. Uh-huh.
when she saw that she had conceived,
When she saw that she had conceived,
her mistress was despised. in
her
eyes.
mistress was despised in her eyes. The word for despise is qualal. Kuf lamet lamet, qualal. It means she was lightly esteemed. Lightly esteemed means of little account,
No regard.
no regard, slight, S-L-I-G-H-T. It means inconsiderable, right?
Slighted.
Insult by the way you treat or speak to them. You can insult a person by treatment. You can insult a person by your words.
We know that.
Okay? This is why we have to watch the treatment of how we treat people.
That's right. Teach.
We got to watch these things.
Teach.
We got to watch the words that we say out of our mouth.
Okay.
Because you may not mean nothing by it, but they fell away.
That's right.
They fell away. by you saying or doing these things.
Yeah.
These laws teaches us. God gave us these laws, commandments, and statutes concerning each other, concerning your neighbor, which means the laws of God was given to us and taught us how we should deal, or how I should deal with you and how you should deal with me. But if I'm dealing with you in a godly manner and you're not dealing with me in a godly manner, the only thing I can do is separate myself.
That's right.
Because I'm not going to treat you no other way different. Because I'm not like you.
That's right.
I'm not the same like you.
I'm not going to switch up.
I'm not going to switch up. Tom C.
Verse 5. And Sarai said unto Abram,
look what Sarai said to
my
Abram.
wrong be upon thee. I have given my maid unto thy bosom. And when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes.
Okay, now we get the definition and the meaning of this verse twisted. Sarah did not just go to Abraham and tell him, listen, my wrong is upon thee, and talking junk to Abraham. No, because when you go into the Hebrew, the word for wrong is kamasi, my violence, my oppression, my injustice, aleka, upon thee, or concerning thee. So the correct pronunciation is the wrong done to me. Kamasi, the violation, the injustice done to me is also concerning thee. You know what that is? That's the one mind principle. Let me explain that. You're my wife. And if you violate my wife, you violate me.
Right.
That's what Sarah was saying.
Right.
The violation to me is also concerning you. She violated me. The violation is also concerning you, Ishi,
right.
my husband. You kick my wife out, nigga, I'm leaving.
That's right.
You can't kick my wife out. You can't spit on my wife and think I'm going to accept it. No. Me and my woman is one. Echad,
Right.
one flesh.
Right. Right.
So you're pissed off at my wife, but you might as well be pissed off at me.
Respect that.
Right.
That's right.
You deal with my wife one way, you better deal with me the same way.
Teach.
My wife can't come to teachings. She can't come. You done banned her. Listen, I ain't coming either because I don't feel right. And I ain't no damn henpeck neither.
Yeah.
Because me and my wife is one.
Yeah.
And vice versa.
There you go.
And vice versa. This is an action. Sister said loyalty towards each other.
That's
The
right.
loyalty of a husband towards his wife and the loyalty of a wife towards her husband.
That's
We
right.
one.
That's right.
You do him, you might as well do her.
Right.
That's right.
You do her, you might as well do me.
Yeah.
That's what that says. That's what that verse means. The wrong done to me or the injustice done to me is also concerning thee.
That's right.
Aleka means concerning thee or upon thee. Kamasi is my injustice.
Okay.
Come on, man.
Okay.
Tom Sheep.
I have given my maid unto thy bosom. And when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. The Lord judged between me and thee.
The Lord judged between me and thee. Read.
But Abram said unto Sarai, behold, thy maid.
Wait, read verse 6 over. Verse 6.
5.
But Abraham said unto Sarai.
And Sarai. Verse 6. But Abram said unto Sarai, behold, thy maid is in thy hand.
It's your maid. She's in your hands. You ain't gotta come to me with none of that. Go ahead. What he said?
Do to her as it pleaseth
Do
thee.
to her as it pleaseth thee.
And when Sarai dealt hardly with her,
When Sarah
she
dealt
fled from
hardly
her
with
face.
her, she what?
She fled from her face.
She ran. She had to be remembered
Okay.
who's in charge here.
That's right.
I gotta remind you, woman, because you think because you conceived for my husband that you on top. No, pipe that down.
Yeah.
You're not above me. Stay
Okay.
down.
Okay.
That's like a husband that had 2 or 3 wives. The first wife gonna walk with more of a swag.
Hey.
The first wife gonna walk with more of a swag. Like, listen, I was here first.
Hey.
Listen, y'all gotta stand down.
Hey.
And the first wife gonna have more of a more authority.
Right.
then the first, then the second, then the third, then whatever comes after. Because
Right.
I was here first.
Don't worry about nothing. You number
That's it.
one.
They learned from
Tom Sheep.
You number one, guy.
The angel of the Lord found her by a fountain of
The
water.
angel of love did what?
Found her by a fountain of
By
water.
a fountain of water.
In the wilderness,
In
by
the
the fountain,
wilderness.
in the way to Shur.
Uh-huh.
And he said, Hagar, Sarai's maid, whence comest
You see
thou?
how he said, Hagar, Sarai's maid.
Remember your
Huh?
place.
Go ahead.
Whence camest thou? And whither wilt thou
Remember
go?
your place. Remember that you will always be Sarah's maid.
Me.
See, where you going?
Okay.
You don't belong here.
You don't belong here.
Okay.
This is not your place.
Okay.
We got to learn to stay in our place. Everybody have a place.
Right.
But the problem is that we like to go in and out of our places.
Oh,
We step in and out of our place. And then when we step out of our place, then that's when the negative energy starts.
Okay.
And it starts to come up and it stirs up. Because I done stepped out of my place when all I had to do was stay in my place.
Okay.
Then let him stay in his place and let everybody stay in their place. And then there'll be no problems. But the reason why we can't stay in our place is because of our thinking pattern. We have a hedonistic way of thinking. A hedonistic way of thinking. Go ahead, read.
And he said, Hagar, Sarai's maid, whence camest thou? And whither wilt thou go?
He said, where you
And she
coming
said-
from? And where you going? Uh-huh.
And she said, I flee from the face of my mistress, Sarai. And the angel of the Lord
What
said
verse
unto
you at?
her, verse 9, and the angel of the Lord said unto her, return to thy mistress and submit thyself
Return
unto
to thy
her hands.
mistress and submit thyself under her hands. Humble yourself. To submit means to humble.
Yeah.
But when you humbling and you're doing these humbling things, your actions have to correlate with what you're doing.
Right.
Your words got to correlate with what you're doing in this humbling state.
That's right.
You can't humble yourself, but you're still doing atrocious acts.
Okay.
So I read.
And the angel of the Lord said unto her, I will multiply thy seed exceedingly, that it shall not be numbered for multitude. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, behold, thou art with child.
Thou art with child.
And shall bear a son.
And shall bear a son.
And shall call his name Ishmael, because the Lord hath heard thy affliction. And he shall be a wild man.
A wild man.
His hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him.
Read.
And he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. And she called the name of the Lord that spake unto her. Thou God seest me. For she said, have I also here looked after him that seeth me? Wherefore the well was called Be'er Lahai Roy. Behold, it is between Kadesh and Bered. And Hagar bare Abram a son. And Abram called his son's name, which Hagar bare, Ishmael. And Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bare Ishmael to Abram.
Go to Deuteronomy 21. Deuteronomy 21, verse was it 14? No, verse 10. Okay, verse 10.
Deuteronomy chapter
So before
21.
verse 10 is the law concerning a dead body. Okay? When you have a dead body, they measured the dead body to the closest city. Then after they measured this dead body to, go to the whole chapter. Deuteronomy chapter 1. 21 verse 1.
If one be found slain
If
in the
one
land,
be found slain in the
Lord thy
land,
God giveth thee
which
to
the
possess
Lord
it.
thy God giveth thee to possess it. Because when you find a dead body, that body got to get answered for.
Yeah.
That wasn't something just left alone. Because the blood of that innocent blood has to be answered before God.
Yeah.
The Most High said, he said, by blood right? By man's blood, your blood got to be shed. The innocent blood cries out towards God. And it's going to continue to cry out before God until the murderer or the one that took that life get answered, get killed. Until his blood gets shed. Tamshi.
Lying in the field, and it be not known who has slain him.
Who slain him? Read.
Then the elders and thy judges shall come forth, and they shall measure unto the cities which are round about him that is slain.
That is slain.
And it shall be that the city which is next unto the
city
slain
which
man,
is next unto the slain man,
even the elders of that city,
shall
take a heifer, which had not been wrought with,
which had not been used for work. Go ahead.
Which had not drawn in the yoke. And the elders of that city shall bring down the heifer
to a rough valley,
which is neither eared or sown. They shall strike off the heifer's neck.
Cut the heifer's neck.
There in the valley. And the priests, the sons of Levi, shall come near. For them the Lord thy God had chosen to minister unto him, and to bless in the name of the Lord. And by their word shall every controversy and every stroke be tried.
By their word. Every controversy, every work shall be tried. Means whatever answer they come up with, whatever decision they come with, is godly. God validated. And the godly thing for you is to accept it.
That's it.
We have a problem accepting authority.
Yeah.
When the authority says something, there's no going back or talking about what the decision of the authority said.
Right.
Because this thing here is ran by protocol. You know what protocol is? There's always somebody above you.
Right.
And you have to learn to hearken or answer to that. The authority has the last word. Tamshi.
And all the elders of that city that are next unto the slain man shall wash their hands, over the heifer, that is beheaded in the valley.
So once you cut off the heifer's head,
meaning chop the head off.
Chop the head off. You gotta wash your hands over the heifer that is beheaded in the valley. Read.
They shall answer.
And what they're gonna say?
Our hands
have not
shed
this blood.
Neither have our eyes seen it.
You don't have nothing. You don't got nothing to say. You better voice it. Some things need to be voiced.
That's right.
I said some things need to be voiced and not kept to yourself.
Yeah.
Because you need to make declaration before God. Certain things need to be declared. Certain things need to be declared. There were certain declarations that my father looked for in his wife. Why? Because why he's looking for those declarations and why he looks for those declarations, because of where he and her, my father and my mother, came from.
Yeah.
They came from the house of idolatry.
Teach.
So when you're coming from a house of idolatry, of serving idols of wood and stones, from celebrating traditions and customs, pagan traditions and customs, there is certain declarations that needs to be declared before God.
That's right.
You need to substantiate yourself and prove to God that I'm never going back to that life.
Right.
Because now I know who God is.
Yeah.
I said, now I know who God is. And who God used to show you who God is. I said, who God used to show you who God is. So that is above everything.
Yeah.
I may be a wretch. I may be this. I may be the other. I may be this. But I can tell you one thing. I was the one that showed you who God was.
Yeah.
That counts. All that other stuff that person is can be changed.
Yeah.
And he could change towards that.
Right.
By acknowledging this fault and saying, man, and acknowledging and recognizing that, oh, I was wrong. I ain't going to do this no more. I ain't going to do that no more. I ain't going to do that. But do recognize that this guy was the one that showed you who God was. Because when you're serving God, you need a guide.
Right.
You need a guide.
Yeah.
Whether you was raised up in it
Or not.
Yeah.
or not.
Or
No,
not.
that's right.
You need a guide.
That's right. Teach.
My guide was my father.
Yeah.
That's my guide.
My husband.
So my father's not here no
Right.
more.
That's right.
So you know who guided me? God guided me.
That's right.
Because I don't see nobody, what's the word? Fit to be my guide. In order for you to be my guide, you can't be eating blood and fat.
That's right.
In order for you to be my guide, you can't be shaving your face
Ooh.
and cutting your hair.
Thank you.
In order for you to be my guide,
Yeah.
you cannot be profaning the Sabbath
Thank
day.
you.
Teach.
Yeah.
You can't guide me to righteousness doing these things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Much less be a leader in Israel.
Okay? Let's read.
Right.
Oh, man.
Be merciful, O
Be
Lord,
merciful, O Lord,
unto thy people Israel,
unto thy people
whom
Israel,
thou hast redeemed,
whom
and
thou
lay
hast
not-
redeemed,
and lay not
and lay not
blood
innocent blood.
unto thy people of Israel's charge, and the blood shall be forgiven them.
You understand that? Because if this blood is not answered for, guess what God gonna do? He ain't gonna charge the person. He gonna charge the whole
Everybody.
nation.
Yeah.
Everybody will be affected by this one dead body that nobody is
Nobody
standing up
answering
for.
for.
Nobody's answering for. Okay, I'm gonna visit this sin. I'm gonna visit this dead body on the whole nation, because God deals with the nation as one.
Yeah.
That's why what you do reflects on this one.
Right.
That's why what this person
Okay.
does reflects on all.
Teach.
There's a manner,
Yeah.
there's a way, there's a behavior pattern that comes with serving God.
Yeah.
And if we are one, then we have one way.
Yeah.
We have one behavior, one manner, one
Yeah.
custom.
Yeah.
Because what you do reflects on me,
That's right.
Whether you,
Yeah.
whether you believe it or not.
it's true.
So we need the one mind principle here.
Okay.
I said we need the one mind principle here. Look, what Israelites do outside of this reflects on me.
Yeah.
Because he have on strings, I have on strings. They looking at me as the same. Forget
Yeah.
about what you're saying and how you think. Oh, I'm not like that. The people view us
They
as
still
one.
look at us the
Yeah.
same, regardless.
I said the people
That's true.
outside views us as one.
That's true.
That's the your people too.
That is so true.
Tom Sheen.
So shalt thou put away the guilt of innocent blood from among you,
Uh-huh.
when thou shalt do that which is right in the sight of the Lord.
Uh-huh. Read.
Verse 10.
Verse 10.
When thou goest forth to war against thine enemies,
When you go to war, read.
and the Lord thy God hath delivered them into thine hand,
And God has delivered them into your hand.
and thou hast taken them captive,
Uh-huh. And you took them captives.
and seest among the captives
And you see amongst the
a
captives
beautiful woman,
a beautiful woman,
and has a desire unto
and
her.
has a desire unto her. What's the desire that a man, that the only desire that a man should have towards a woman?
That thou wouldest have her to
That
thy
you
wife.
want her and you desire
I wanna
her
marry
to
her.
be your wife.
I wanna marry her.
Teach.
And in order to maintain or have this mentality, you got to have a godly mentality to where you can think, take myself out the situation and think upon her situation. Think upon her situation and the situation that you're putting her through when you don't have this godly mentality. Because now you done had sex with this woman in your mind, your intentions were not to marry her.
It was just that.
You just wanted to have sex.
Uh-huh.
Just wanted to be-
No,
No.
Okay? You didn't want her for a wife. You didn't want to marry her. Okay? Your intentions was not godly intentions.
Okay.
All right? He said, if you see a beautiful woman and you have a desire unto her to have her for a wife, to marry her, Tom Sheen.
Then, verse 12. Then thou
Now,
shalt
what
bring-
comes with having a wife? This is why, like I taught last week, marriage ceremonies derived from Roman and Greek culture.
Okay.
The first marriage ceremony was from a Roman emperor, where he married two people. And before the husband go into the wife, the emperor have sexual relationships with the husband, with the wife, and the pet. He calls it the pet. The horse get penetrated. Everything they come with gets penetrated. Then after he does that, then he comes out. Now y'all can have y'all little. Every marriage, we didn't have marriage ceremonies. And this is why it's very important that when you have sex with a woman, God said what you need when you have sex and penetrate this woman. Read it again. What did he say? He said what?
Then I shall bring her home.
Bring her home
to thine house.
To your house. You need a house.
Need your own house.
Not you living with her.
No.
Because at any given time, she could throw your butt out.
It will happen.
Come on.
Huh?
Yeah.
She can tell you, get out. Get out. Get that.
It's my house.
Get out.
Right. It's a house.
It's my house. Even though you paying all the bills and doing everything here, she gonna still put her foot down and say, it's my house.
Oh, yeah.
So you need a house, right? What's next?
She shall shave her head.
Now this was only concerning the woman caught in captives.
You went to war.
And you went to war. Okay. If I get married, I'm not shaving my woman head because I don't like bald head women.
I don't like
That's
it
not
either.
appeasing to my eyes.
Either, brother.
I don't like bald-headed women.
Cut the heads.
So please don't shave your head. Okay, go ahead.
She shall shave her head and pare her nails.
Because those was humbling states. He humbled her by cutting her hair off and cutting her nails, which means what? They had long nails. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's beautiful and that's dainty. Women had certain dainty things about them that they did and they carried on to adorn themselves, to appease, to look beautiful in the eyes of men.
Women decorate.
That's all. They decorated themselves and they enhanced their beauty with certain things, man. There ain't nothing wrong with that to attract other men.
That's right.
Okay? Go ahead.
And she shall put the raiment of her captivity from off her.
Oh, wait. The raiment of a captivity.
How she should dress.
It means you got to change your clothes.
That's right.
When you come to serve God, the clothes that you came with on the other side had to be left on the other side.
Right.
Because every nation had a dress wear.
That's right.
Canaanites had a dress wear. The Perizzites, all these nations had a dress wear. Americans got a dress wear.
Yeah.
We dress like Americans.
Yeah.
And we teach the people and tell the people it's not a foreign apparel because it doesn't have deities on it. But the book don't say that. He said foreign apparel. Show me it said it has to have deities. It don't say that. It just says foreign apparel. So I got to go by what I see. Zephaniah 1 said foreign apparel. Anything other than a garment is foreign apparel.
That's right.
That's what the book says.
That's right.
That's what the book says. It don't have to have a deity on it.
No.
It's an apparel that is not of Israelite culture, of Hebrew culture. God dressed Adam and Eve in robes, coats of skin, robes of skin to cover their nakedness. Not in a suit and tie, not in a t-shirt, not in a sweater or a hoodie. Because this is how Israelites look. Prince of Poor used to try to incorporate garments.
Yeah.
And he still do. Try to incorporate garments. My father try to incorporate garments. If you come to teach us, but please put on a garment at least.
Right.
Don't come anyhow.
That's right.
Don't come anyhow.
Yeah.
This is the teachings of our ancient forefathers. The teachings of Nasi Yaakov.
Yeah.
And then it trends off from Nasi Yaakov into our teachers today. Chief Eleazar, Chief Principal, right? And then as a new generation come around, it gets eradicated.
All of a sudden.
I say as the new generation come around, it's eradicated.
Yeah.
That's what I see. That's what I
It's
see.
eradicated.
That's what I see, Chief Shepherd.
Nobody comes to teach us no more in robes and garments no
No.
more. They come however they want to come.
Yeah.
Brother come in with a guest suit, fringes. Come on, brother, clean. You ain't clean. You know what's clean? This is clean.
Right. Yeah.
Garments is
Right.
clean.
Yeah.
Stop wearing dashikis
Yeah.
with these African prints, because dashikis with these African prints has symbols and
Those
signs
symbols
on it
mean
with
something.
meanings.
Right.
We don't wear
Those
dashikis.
patterns
Yeah.
mean something.
The garments that we wore covered our loins.
That's right.
Was it 2 Samuel? It was one of our forefathers went to give their condolences. I forgot where it was. David sent condolences by one of his men.
Right.
And they took him and they cut his garment to the
To
middle,
the middle.
Right.
which means his garment was long,
Right.
past his loin area.
Right.
That's right.
It was long.
That's right.
And they cut the garment in the middle
Right.
to reveal his loin area,
That's
which
right.
means his loin area and his glutes, his buttocks was in the open.
That's right.
Then he took him and shaved half of his face
Yeah.
to make a mockery.
Yeah. Clown.
Now we shave our face and it
Shabbat
don't mean nothing
service.
for us.
Do it for Shabbat service.
Don't mean nothing about it.
It's not my
Yeah.
breakdown.
It ain't mockery now. Because
Yeah.
everybody's doing it.
Well groomed.
Yeah.
Everybody is doing it.
Yeah.
Let's read. Where we at?
Verse 12. Then thou shalt bring her home to thine house, and she shall shave
Bring her
her
home
head
to thy house, shave her head,
and
pare her nails, Tom
and she
sheep.
shall put the raiment of her captivity from off her,
Uh-huh.
and shall remain in thine house, and bewail her father.
And stay in your house and cry, bewail her father and her mother
A full
what? A full month. We got to recognize the state of mind that this woman is in.
Yeah.
You done took this woman out of war.
She never gonna see them.
You done destroyed and wiped out her people. So now she's amongst a strange people to her.
Right.
There's a way. You got to give her time. And there's a way that you have to treat this woman. Because she's among strangers.
You took
That's
her.
right.
She's among new people that she's
Yeah.
not accustomed
That's
to.
right.
There's a treatment that comes with serving God.
Yeah.
When new people comes within the camp, we have to treat that person differently.
Uh-huh.
Because I don't want the
Special
person to feel out of place.
Out of
That person deserves special attention.
Right.
I will cater to that person because I don't want that person, and I don't want God to look at me as if I was the one that treated, or I don't want God to look at me that way.
Right.
So go ahead, read.
And after that, thou shalt go in unto her and be her husband,
After that, you go into her and be her husband,
and she shall be thy
and
wife.
she shall be thy wife. That's when the husband and the wife thing comes into play. You penetrate her. When you penetrate her, because the only papers I read about was divorce papers.
Right.
Yeah.
This is what comes
I said the only papers I read about was divorce papers. I heard a brother say, "Well, if you have," he started clearing his voice. He said, "If you have divorce papers, you had to have marriage papers."
No.
Okay, so show me the book where they have marriage papers.
That's what
Okay.
consummates the marriage.
We have to use the book,
Yeah.
the blueprint.
Yeah.
Again, people, if you didn't read about marriage papers in the book, why do we continue to teach the people that we had marriage papers?
Okay.
The book is your basis
Right.
of findings.
That's right.
Go ahead, read.
And it shall be if thou have no delight in her,
If you have no delight in her,
then thou shalt go, that thou shalt let her go,
let her go.
whither she will.
Whether she will.
But thou shalt not sell her at all for
You
money.
can't sell her for money.
Thou shalt not make merchandise
Thou
of
shalt
her,
not make merchandise of her
because thou hast humbled her.
because thou hast humbled her. Okay? She was yours at a point in time. So there's a way, make merchandise. Let's go into that. You know what merchandise is? The word for merchandise in the Hebrew is tit amir. Teach Ahmed means to deal with a tyrant, to deal with as a tyrant. See, the book teaches you how to treat your wife.
Yeah.
I said the book, so if you don't deal with a woman that you took captive like that, what makes you think more so of your own wife? There's a way that you deal with your wife. All right? Now, what is a tyrant? A tyrant is what? A ruler who exercises absolute power, oppressively or brutally. Okay?
Not nice.
Okay? Now, this should tell you how our forefathers dealt with their wives. And we have to consider how they feel.
That's right.
And she should be able to express herself
That's right.
and say how she feels.
Yeah.
Because we're not tyrants.
That's right.
God tells us
Teach.
how to deal with our woman.
Teach.
As long as she's not violating the laws of God.
There you go.
When I had my wife in the house in the past, I didn't tell her, listen, man, don't leave the house. But I didn't do that.
That's right.
Come on, man. You leave, okay? It's natural instincts for a husband to say, hey, baby, I'm leaving. I'll see you later.
Yeah.
It's natural instincts for a
Yeah.
wife to come to her husband and say, hey, husband, I'm leaving, man. I'll see you later. Blah, blah, blah. I'll be back. Blah, blah. It's natural. That's natural. I don't see it. If that's not, if you don't look at that as natural, then I don't know what you.
Not with the people today, though. They look at it as natural.
Why you say that?
They look at it as
Being
forceful.
Being boastful. Right. We don't. It don't got nothing to do with being a tyrant or a boss. That's a natural or controlling. Or controlling. That's the correct word. Because if I'm in the bathroom and I come out and I'm looking for my wife and she ain't home, I'm like, damn, where she went? I'm gonna be worried. I'm gonna be calling. Damn, babe, where you at? Where'd you go?
Why you sneak off?
Why you sneak off like that? And remember now, you know why I know that those are wrong things to do? We have to use the book to back up what you're saying.
Yeah.
Look at the time, Chief Malak, with Jacob. Jacob and Laban.
Yes, sir.
What did Laban say to Jacob when he left? He said, you stole unawares,
Right.
which means you deceived me. You left off without letting me know. Those are actions of deception.
Yeah.
I said, those are actions of deception.
Yeah.
And you learn how not to be deceitful
That's right.
by reading the book.
That's right.
That's why when I used to sneak out and walk out the house, my father, he called me and I ain't here. And I come back in and say, hey, he said, why you deceive me? I said, what, Abba? I said, how I deceive you? He said, you left out without letting me know you left. Had me thinking you here.
Right.
Those are actions of deceit. Read the book. So that's why the right thing to do is for me to inform my wife.
That's right.
Hey, babe, I'm leaving here, blah, 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 blah. I'll be back.
Yeah.
The right thing for her to do is come to me, come to your husband and say, hey, husband, I'm going to be here, blah, blah, blah. I'll be right back. It's not about being controlling.
That's
It's
right.
about being considerate.
That's
Right.
right.
And get the American mentality
Get
out your
that
brain.
American mentality out of you. Remove these American heathenistic thoughts. Remove these mentalities, man.
Yeah.
And read the book to acquire the mentality of God.
That's right.
A godly mentality of how our forefathers did, the things they did and didn't do. Tom Sheet.
Then thou shalt let her go whither she will, but thou shalt not sell her at all for money. Thou shalt not make merchandise of her, because thou hast humbled her.
Because you humbled her.
If a man have two wives,
If a man have two wives,
one beloved,
one
another
beloved,
hated,
and another hated,
and they have borne him children, both the beloved and the hated.
You have two wives.
If the first,
They both have you children, the beloved and the hated.
If the firstborn son be hers that was hated, then it shall be, when he maketh his sons to inherit that which he had, that he may not make the son of the beloved firstborn before the son of the hated.
You can't give the inheritance to the firstborn of the beloved, because your firstborn is with the one that you don't like too much, that you hate. Read.
But he shall acknowledge the son of the hated for the firstborn by giving him a double portion of all that he had. For he is the beginning of his strength. The right of the firstborn is his.
Right of the firstborn is his.
If a man have a stubborn and rebellious son.
If a man have a stubborn and rebellious son, unyielding, you won't yield, you won't change.
Which will not obey the voice
of his father,
or the voice of his mother,
or the voice of his mother,
and that when they have chastened him,
will
not hearken unto him.
hearken.
Then shall his father and his mother lay hold on him and bring him out unto the elders
father
of his
and
cities.
the mother lay hold on him.
Yeah.
Not just the father, which means the father and the mother got to
Agree.
be one.
Agree.
They have to agree, and they cannot allow the children to see the parents in disagreements. The father is moving one way, the wife is moving one way. The wife is moving one way, the father is moving the other way. If the mother say no, don't come to me and ask me.
Right.
Didn't your mother say no?
Yeah.
Right.
Didn't your mother say don't do it? Then don't come to me and ask me
That's
to
right.
try and get me against my wife.
You're trying to play
Yeah.
us, man.
Because if we have a discrepancy about that situation, we don't do it in front of the children.
Thank you.
True.
Put the children aside.
Teaching them.
Yeah.
You're teaching them.
To
We
pick
go
sides.
behind closed doors
We're gonna fix
and
it.
we speak on it.
Right.
Not
us.
in the face of the children,
That's right.
between
Between
us,
Right.
because they can't see us going head to head.
That's right.
I don't even like arguing
No.
with my wife in front of the children.
That's right.
I don't want them to see that.
Yeah.
Because whatever your daughter sees, she thinks it's okay to allow her husband to do.
This is what she gonna
But this is what I was raised doing. And this is what I saw.
Yeah.
So I saw how my father beat flames out of my mother.
True. True. True.
So now I grow up with the mentality, leave your head alone, as of it's okay.
That's right.
He disagrees with me, he may go upside my head. And it's okay for me to believe that. Oh, he don't like this, boom, boom. He can go upside of my head.
That's right.
Not because she's your wife means you could beat flames out of her.
True.
Because you also is a tyrant.
That's right.
Nowhere in the book states that we beat women.
That's right.
God said, if she don't go the way you want her to go, then let her go.
That's right. That's right.
anymore.
Let her go.
Yeah.
I don't care how disrespectful she is, how she
Yes.
comes sideways,
Yes.
whatever she, let
Yeah.
her go. You know why?
go.
Because we need to turn the tables around.
Yeah.
If you're a father, no matter if your daughter's
No
wrong,
matter, you okay.
you don't care about that. You're gonna tell them, listen, man, all right, she's disrespectful, she's this and this and this and this. That's still my daughter, brother. Let her go now.
Right.
You can't deal with her no more.
Right.
Leave her alone. That's it. Every father will feel it if you have a daughter.
That's
Now
right.
you will see and understand, well, I
Yeah.
gotta
Now you
treat
see how
this
it
woman
feels.
different. I gotta treat this woman different because I wouldn't want a man to treat my daughter the way I treat my wife.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's read.
That's right.
And they shall say unto the elders of the city, this our son is stubborn
This our son is stubborn.
and rebellious.
He's rebellious.
He will not obey our voice.
Mm-hmm.
He is a glutton and a drunkard.
Listen, I read in the book where it said it's better for a child to seek and to gain respect, or I forgot the exact words, but it's better for a child to turn towards the parents than the parent turn towards the child.
That's correct.
Because God has granted the father and the mother honor
Mm-hmm.
and respect and glorification over the children. And at any given time, I never read in here where the father was wrong.
No.
Never read in here at what the father did to his child or whatever.
It does not say
He was wrong.
He was wrong.
Because God granted them authority.
That's okay.
Yeah.
You know what authority
Leave
is?
it up to him.
You know what authority is
Yeah.
over the
Full
child?
control.
That's right.
That's 100% full control
Yeah.
over the child. Now, the mind frame and the mentality of people today is different than the mentality and the mind frame of these people in the book. And you may run into it very different. Now, you may run into a parent that do things to you that our forefathers didn't do to their children.
True.
Right? And I know it's wrong.
Yeah.
It happens. And I don't want to speak against my parent because I don't want to step out the way of the laws of God. And I don't want to shed light, all right? But I will still, I know it's wrong, but I will still maintain my honor.
Maintain integrity.
By that being said, it's time for you to move out. It's time for you to go. Since you don't agree with the ungodly treatment that your parents is doing, yeah, because sometimes it's not right.
True.
Because our forefathers didn't deal with their kids that way.
Right.
But it's not for you to correct them.
That's
I will
right.
stay in my place. I will continue to honor my parents. And
Yeah.
the most I would do is move out.
Yeah.
Because you can't argue with your parents about how to run your house. Her house. That's her house. And when your parents comes to your house, I still have to give my parents the honor. It's nothing about, this is my house. Especially, listen, this is my house. The only time I have to voice something is when you try to incorporate pagan customs in the house.
Okay.
And it's not correlated with the
Teach.
laws of God.
Yeah.
But as long as it's nothing that's in defiling the customs and the traditions of God, then I have to shut my mouth
Okay.
and respect my father and my mother in my own house. This is
Yeah.
your house, Abba. You do as you please. This is yours.
That's right.
And then guess what? You got to turn towards your wife and say, hey, that's my parents.
Okay.
And make sure that your wife respects your parents as if they was your parents.
That's right.
Because I'm going to respect
That's
your
right.
father and your mother
Yeah.
regardless
Yeah.
of how they think and
Okay.
move towards me.
That's
Yeah.
right.
They could tell me a punk. They can curse me out. And all I'm going to say is, yes, mama.
Yeah.
Yes, papa.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. So-and-so. Okay, Miss So-and-so. I apologize. I'm sorry if I offended you. I apologize. I will continue to give you the honor and the respect as a
That's
parent.
right.
I will not step out of place.
That's right.
And I'll just step off
Yeah.
and leave you alone.
That's right.
That's right, brother.
That's right.
That's right, brother.
Tom C.
19. Then shall his father and his mother lay hold on him
Uh-huh.
and bring him out unto the elders of the city
Father and the mother lay hold on him and bring him out to the elders of the city.
and unto the
Read.
gate of his place.
Uh-huh.
And he shall say unto the elders of his city, this our son is stubborn and rebellious.
Uh-huh.
He will not obey our voice.
Uh-huh.
He is a glutton and a
He's
drunkard.
a glutton and a drunkard.
Okay.
And all the men of his city shall
He's
stone
a
him.
glutton and a drunkard. He eats everything.
Yeah.
Come home drunk and eat everything.
Uh-huh.
Because when you're drunk and high, you don't get full. You don't get full. They have a thing called the munchies. And when you get the munchies, everything will be consumed in sight. Go ahead.
And all the men of his city shall stone him
Stone him with stones.
that he die.
That he died.
So shall I put evil away from among you, and all Israel shall hear and fear.
Hair and fear. And if a man had committed a sin worthy of death,
And he be to be put
and he
to
be
death,
to put to death,
thou hang him on the tree.
and you hang him on a tree,
His body shall not remain all night upon the tree.
all night upon the tree,
Thou shalt in any wise bury
bury
him.
him. Uh-huh.
For he that is hanged is accursed of hell,
Uh-huh.
that thy land be not defiled.
Who was hanged?
JC.
Saul. JC was hanged.
But he never-
Saul was hanged.
Yeah, he never
Yeah.
existed though.
And guess what?
That's a big-
Because of that, you had, I forgot what people.
Yeah.
They went through the ranks of the Philistines and snatched King Saul's body. See, he's a king. Took him, got up out of there, and buried him.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Let's go. Chapter 22.
Chapter 22. Thou shalt not see thy brother's ox or his sheep go astray.
JC was hanged.
Yeah.
which means he was cursed.
He doesn't live.
Brother said they done turned a cursed man into a god. That's facts.
It's a new God. New God. Just came up.
The dude is cursed,
Brand new.
and they done turned him into a god.
Brand new God. They like brand new God. What you want?
Read.
Yeah.
Let's read.
Thou
Deuteronomy chapter 22.
Let's pop it. Thou shalt not see thy brother's ox.
Thou shalt not see thy brother's ox. It ain't my ox.
That's right.
But God said I shouldn't see your ox. Uh-huh.
Or his sheep.
Or your sheep.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And hide thyself.
Go
from them.
astray and hide yourself from them.
Thou shalt in any case bring them again to thy brother.
You can't have a selfish mentality when you're doing these laws. Because all you're going to say is that I ain't worried about it. It ain't my ox. I ain't worried about it. It's not my sheep. Let it go ahead. He should have chained them up. He should have put the barriers around. Sometimes they get away. So my job is to look after your ox as is your job is to look after mine. We look after each other's things. Okay, go ahead.
2. And if thy brother be not nigh unto thee, or thou know him not, and thou shalt bring it unto thine own house.
Bring it unto thine own house.
Shall be with thee unto thy brother.
And it shall be with thee until your brother seek after it again. So if it ain't yours, you bring it back home. Until your brother seek after it. Because you know somebody lost it. Right? So the law is, that's why they had a lost and found. That's where the lost and found came from. Something is lost, there's a spot where you can go to see if it's there. If a person had any godly ways about them, you return it back. Nowadays, they look for you to give them something to get your phone back. Oh, brother, I got your phone. I got your phone, brother. You want to come get it? And he looking for you to give him $50. This is my phone. Why I gotta pay you for giving me back my phone?
True. It's true.
And people say, oh, see, we got to realize something. Okay, that was the good that he was supposed to do.
Right.
I shouldn't have to pay you for returning me back my goods.
Right.
Because the Lord don't state that. You found a man's ox or lamb going off astray, and I hold it down, and when you come looking for it, I give it to you back. You didn't get the other brother receiving the ox didn't pay me no shekels. Because this was laws that we was obligated to, that we had to do. Go ahead, read.
And if thy brother be not nigh unto thee, or thou know him not, and thou shalt bring it unto thine own house, and it shall be with thee unto thy brother seek after it. And thou shalt restore it to him again. In like manner shalt thou do with his ass.
In like manner shall I do with his ass.
So shalt thou do with his raiment.
With his raiment.
With all lost things of thy brothers, which he had lost and thou hast found. Shalt thou do likewise, thou mayest not hide thyself.
Don't hide yourself. Read.
Thou shalt not see thy brother's ass or his ox fall down by the way.
Thou shalt not see thy brother's ass or his ox fall down by the way, and hide thyself from them.
Thou shalt surely help them to lift them up.
Now, why did the ox fall down? Because these was burdensome animals, and when you put but so much upon that animal to bear, it becomes too heavy.
Yeah.
So the animal is not going to move.
That's right.
So we have to, in order to do that now, we have to unload the burden light enough for the animal to travel. Now, after you lighten off the burden off the animal, guess what else you have to do? You have to go with him to his designated place because you can't put the load back on him because it's too heavy. It's too heavy. So now I got to come with you to your designated area. But that's all for the sacrifice of the laws of God.
Yeah.
We got to learn to put God first in everything that we do. Tom She.
5, the woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto
Okay,
her.
now, the woman shall not wear, right, that which pertaineth unto a man. Okay? Lo yeh keli gebed. You know what keli gebed is? Al ish, all right? Well, look. Lo yeh keli gebed al isha. Al isha means upon a woman, concerning a woman. Okay? Keli gebed is a man's gebed. Gebed is a man, right? Keligabed, when you put it together, is a man's utensil, a man's tool, a man's article, a man's vessel, a man's container, a man's garment. Whatsoever pertains unto a man shall not be upon a woman.
Right.
And brothers is saying that a woman can wear pants because that, where? Our mothers that we read about in the book never wore pants. There was a certain period in history where pants came about. Okay? And there was the difference between man and woman. Okay? So now when you have your house, you have to separate the spoons. I separate my spoons. I separate my forks. I separate my knives. Everything that utensil that is used must be separated. I said it must be separated. Okay? Tamshi.
Women shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man, neither shall a man put on a woman's garment.
Neither shall a man put on a woman's garment. Go ahead, read.
For all that do so.
All that do so is what?
Abomination.
Is an abomination before God. So if you don't separate your utensils and your artifacts and your vessels and your cups, you are abominable in the eyes of God. And I don't need God. I don't want God to look at me as an abomination. So I have a couch and a love seat. The couch is the woman, where the woman sits at. The love seat is where the man sits at. I use this chair. My woman don't use this chair. She has a chair, her own chair that she uses.
I don't have a love seat.
Tamshi.
If a bird's nest chance to be before thee in any way.
If a bird's nest chance to be before thee in any way.
In any tree.
In any tree.
Or on the ground.
Or on the ground.
Whether they be young ones or eggs. And the dam sitting upon the young or upon the eggs. Thou shalt not take the dam with the young. Don't take the dam. Don't take the mother with the young. Read. But thou shalt in any wise let the dam go and take the young to thee. Let the mother go and take the young to thee. That it may be well with thee. That it may be well with thee. That thou mayest prolong thy days. That thou mayest prolong thy days. Read. When thou buildest a new house, and thou shalt make a battlement for thy roof. When you build a new house and you make a battlement upon the roof, a battlement is something that's built on the top of the roof so that when you go on top of the roof, you don't fall over. Okay? Because whoever built that house, you have to protect yourself by building that battlement. Because anybody that fall off that roof, the blood is upon the person that built the house. Right. Tamshi. That thou bring thy blood upon thine house, and no man fall from thence. Read. Thou shalt not sow thy vineyard with diverse seeds. Okay. Thou shalt not sow thy vineyard with diverse seeds. Two different seeds. You cannot plant an apple and an orange seed together. No. Because you don't know what's going to come from that. Okay? Go ahead. Lest the fruit of thy seed which thou hast sown. Lest the fruit of thy seed which thou hast sown, which you have planted. The fruit of thy vineyard. And the fruit of thy vineyard be defiled. So now I have realized that there is a thing called pollinization. God ain't talking about pollinization. When seeds and things transfer to other trees and other fruit starts begin to populate. God ain't talking about that. That's why you may have different apples. Red Delicious, Granny Smith, Macintosh, Gala Gala. All of these fruits that populated through cross-pollinization, but God is not talking about that. God is talking about the planting of two different seeds. Because those things, you don't know. See, this was a forbidden practice among cattle. The crossbreeding and the mixture of cattle. These cattle had different living quarters. Okay? You didn't mix the cattle. You didn't. That's why you will never have an ox and the ass working together. Because they work the ass with the ass, the ox stays with the ox. They didn't mix the animals because to keep one animal from jumping the other. Yeah. Okay. Seed planting and clothing and cloth or garment or material, right?
To gender, in Leviticus 19 states, you shouldn't gender. You shouldn't gender. It means to mix or hybrid. The interspecific hybrids are bred by mating individuals from two species, normally from within the same genus. The offspring display traits and characteristics of both parents, but are often sterile, because that's what happens when you cross the animals. Okay? When you cross the animals, that's when the animal becomes sterile. Okay? Preventing gene flow between the species. Okay? So when two different species mate, their hybrid offspring can be unhealthy or sterile. Right? Often only one sex is affected. Sexual differences in fertility follows a pattern known as Haldane's rule, which states that hybrids are afflicted more when they inherit two different sex chromosomes. See, God don't have to explain why not to do it.
Right.
He just said, don't do it.
Do it. That's it.
God knows the explanation. God knows why he said don't wear mixed fabrics.
Right.
Huh? He said God knows why don't wear mixed fabrics. Now check this out. A doctor named Heidi Yellen, right, did a study on fabrics, and this was the conclusion. The human body has a signature frequency of 100. And organic cotton is 100. Therefore, you don't want to wear a garment under 100 that is lower than the frequency of the human body. A sickly, nearly dead person has a frequency of 15%, and materials such as polyester, rayon, silk, spandex register at 15. Science proved that any fabric worn that has a frequency less than 100, our bodies put a strain on us, which causes diseases, inflammation, and other sicknesses. The only super fabrics are wool and linen, both measuring in at 5,000. You hear what he say? The only super fabrics. That's why cotton didn't grow in Israel.
No.
Our forefathers only wore linen and wool. That's why he used that example as of linen and woolen mixed together.
That's what exists.
Okay? The only super fabrics are wool and linen, both measuring in at 5,000, which energizes the body and helps fight diseases. As for linen and wool, they have the highest atomic frequency signature of any fabric, totaling 5,000. So when you combine the two together, they cancel each other out to zero.
Yeah. No frequency at all.
There's no frequency at all. Tom sheet.
Thou
That's
shalt
something.
not plow with an ox and an ass together.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt not wear a garment of diverse sorts.
Thou shalt not wear a garment of diverse sorts, as a woolen and linen together. Uh-huh. Thou shalt make these fringes upon the four corners. The word for corners is kanaf. Kanaf means corners. Four corners. Not around the boundaries. Not around the edges. Okay? Go ahead.
If any man take a wife,
Four corners of thy vesture,
wherewith
thou coverest thyself.
If any man take a wife and go in unto her,
if any man take a wife and go in unto her and hate her,
and give occasions of speech against
the
her.
word for occasion of speech is elilot. Elilot, where is that at? There it is. Alilot debarim. You know what alilot debarim is? False accusations. False speeches. False accusations against her. And bring up an evil name upon her. So the action of bringing up false accusations is the actions of hate. Because you're saying things that's not true. Okay, go ahead, read.
And say,
and say,
I took this woman.
I took this woman.
When I came to her.
And when I came to her,
I found her not
she
a man.
wasn't a virgin. I
Then,
said she wasn't a virgin and she wasn't married before. She's coming out of her father's house. So she's supposed to be a virgin because the woman that was raised in her father's house did not have sex outside of that until the father married her off. She didn't go out and get clouded and then come back to her father's house. Like today. Tamshi.
Then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the tokens of the damsel's virginity.
Then shall who? The father and the mother.
Then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the tokens of the damsel's virginity.
I don't see no more tokens of virginity being brought out.
Yeah.
True.
They taking this law very lightly.
It's a lot of
you know why it's taken lightly? Because there's no judgment going on. And if I decide to kill my daughter for having sex outside of my house, God is not going to tell me that that's murder. He ain't going to look at me as a murderer. You know why? Because that's what the law says. That's the judgment of God. But guess what? These laws was given to a free people.
Yeah.
Careful.
And you got to be careful when you're performing these judgments. Because if they get caught, by God, they're gonna make an example out of you. You're going to jail for 30 years to life. You ain't never coming out. Tamshi.
And the damsel's father shall say unto the elders, I gave my daughter unto this man
I gave my daughter to this man for who?
To wife.
To wife.
And he hated her.
He hated her.
And lo, he had given occasions of speech
false charges against her,
saying, I found not thy daughter a maid.
Found not thy daughter a maid.
And yet these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity.
This is the tokens of my daughter's virginity.
And they shall spread the cloth.
They shall spread the cloth. The word for cloth is simla. They shall spread the dress.
Before the elders of the city. And the elders of that city shall take that man
and chastise him.
And they shall immerse him in 100 shekels of silver.
100 shekels
and
of
give
silver.
them unto the father
of the damsel.
Because he brought up an evil name.
Brought up an evil name upon a virgin of Israel.
She shall be his wife.
She shall be his wife.
He may not put her away all his days.
Can't put her away all your days.
But if this
once
thing,
you penetrate a virgin, you can forget about divorce. You done penetrated her. Okay? You done penetrated her. You done took the hymen. You humbled her. You can't put her away, Tamshi.
But if this thing be true and the tokens of virginity be not found for the damsel, then they shall bring out the damsel.
Bring out the damsel.
To the door of her father's house.
Door of her father's house.
And the men of her city shall stone her with stones that she die. Because she had brought folly in Israel to play the whore in her father's house.
Cut that because I got 2 more chapters, 2 more points I want to get to. Let's go to Psalms 95. Psalms chapter 95. And then after Psalms 95, go to 112.
Psalm chapter 95. Oh, come, let us sing unto the Lord. Let us make a joyful noise to the rock.
Oh, come, let us sing unto the Lord. Let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our salvation. Go ahead.
Let us come before his presence.
You know how beautiful it is to be singing praises of songs towards God, dedicated to God. You know what drew God's attention towards King David when he came up and orchestrated all these songs dedicated to God? He was different. Only to God.
That's where songs come.
He was different. Tamshi.
Let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our salvation. Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving.
Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving. You know what's the word thanksgiving? It's todah. It also means confessions. Come from the word oda'a. Confessions, praises. Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving, with confession, with praises, which means to do these things, you got to acknowledge your fault before God. We have to learn to begin to acknowledge our faults before God so that we can become better people.
Yeah.
If Go ahead, read.
And make a joyful noise unto him with songs.
Songs.
For the Lord is a great God.
For the Lord is a great God.
Baruch Hashem.
Huh? He's a great God.
Oh, yeah.
Read.
And a great king above all gods.
And a great king above all gods. Uh-huh.
In his hand
And in his
are
hand
the deep places of the earth.
are the deep places of the earth. Huh? The deep places, those are places that you can't go, that's not inhabited by humans.
Man,
We have not discovered those spots. There are certain areas that we are forbidden to even go into.
You're not going to find it.
You're not going to find it.
That's right.
Tom, see?
The strength of the hills is his also.
It's his also.
The
Tom,
sea
see?
is his.
He said the sea belongs to God.
And he made it.
And he made it. Read.
And his hands formed the
And
dry
he
land.
made it. See, all this coincides with Genesis 1.
That's right.
When God said, he said, darkness was upon the face of the deep.
Nothing.
He said, and the Spirit of God glided or hovered over the face of the waters. God said, let there be light. And there was light. That's the power of the spoken word of God.
Baruch Hashem.
God separated and put a space, a requia, a space in between the waters. And he separated the waters from above, from the waters from beneath. The waters from beneath he called ye seas. And he put a boundary on those waters.
Oh, yeah.
He set a boundary that water and commanded those waters that they should not pass. That's why when you go at the beach, the water, big wave comes up and it slams down and comes in. But then there's a certain point that it don't pass. That's the commandment of God.
Yeah. Baruch Hashem.
Tom, see?
Oh, come, let us worship and bow down.
Oh, come, let us worship and bow down.
Yeah.
These are two positions that Israelites take. We cannot take on positions of prayer because these are not the positions that we took. You can bow down, which means prostrate, right? And what's the next one? Let us kneel before the Lord our Maker. King Solomon said it more clearer. They kneeled with the hand stretched forth. Towards what? Towards this place, towards the house that Solomon built. But that only has an effect when you have the house there.
That's right.
Kneeling with your hand stretched forth.
Yeah.
So, because of that, my father said, you know, I don't stretch forth my hand no more. I don't stretch forth my hands no more because there is no temple. He says, so all I do is bow down. All I do is prostrate and bow down. Because in the time of Isaac, when he was in the field, there was no temple.
There was no place to face.
And there was no place to face. So I can face any direction as long as I am bowing down.
Face got to be down. That's right.
The Hebrew word for meditate, when it says Isaac was meditating in the field, it means to bow down. Shuk. Sheen, I forgot the Hebrew word, but the Hebrew word means to bow down or prostrate. Sheen Kuf, I think it was. Tamshi.
For he is our God, and we are the people of his pasture.
We are the people of his pasture.
The sheep of his hand.
The sheep of his hand.
Today, if you will hear his voice.
Today, if you will hear his voice.
Harden not your heart.
He said, if you hear the voice of God, don't harden your heart. Don't stubborn up. God ain't gonna come to you and speak to you directly. But you want me to tell you, the voice of God is when the book. When someone tell you, hey, and start speaking godly words towards you, telling you, hey, listen, man, you're not a heathen. That's the word of God being spoken. That's God speaking to you. Okay, go ahead. He said, harden not your heart.
As in the provocation.
As in the provocation. As in the strife. As in the time of strife and contention. Okay?
And as in the day of temptation in the wilderness.
Uh-huh.
When your fathers tempted me, proved me, and
we
saw
tempt
my
God.
work.
We definitely tempted God 10 times.
Yeah.
I said, we tempted God 10 times. And God did not destroy us for our temptation. He gave us water. He fed us bread. He made the water sweet. Go ahead.
40 years long was I grieved with this generation.
40 years, what God said? He said, 40 years long was I grieved with these people. I was grieved with these people for 40 years. The word for grieve is Aleph Kuf Shabuz Tet. It means to loathe, intense dislike, or disgust. He said, I dislike and I was disgusted with these people for 40 years because they continue to tempt God. They continue to doubt God. Tom Sheep.
40 years long was I grieved with this generation and said, it is a people that do err in their heart.
It is a people that do err in their heart. This is a people that errs in the mind. The word for err in the Hebrew is to'ed. It means to wander or to go astray in the mind. In your mind and in your will. Because before I turned from God, you already turned here. You already made your mind up here. You already made your mind up that you was leaving before you left. You already made your mind up before you did it. Okay? You have went astray in the mind. It's when you stray away from that which is right by God into error, confusion, or undesirable action or thought. Tom Sheet.
It is the people that do err in their heart, and they have not known my ways.
They have not known my ways. Yeah, we don't know the ways of God. We don't know the ways of God because we don't read looking for the ways of God. So when a person tell you, no, you shouldn't move that way because that's not the ways, you think I'm talking up the side of my head.
Right.
You think I'm just running my mouth.
Crazy.
You think I'm crazy. Go ahead.
Unto whom I swear in my wrath that they should not enter into my rest.
After that, go 112. Tom Sheet, read. Wait, what verse was that? Enter into my rest. Okay. Tom Sheet.
112.
112. Psalms 112.
Praise ye the Lord.
Praise ye the Lord.
Blessed is the man that feareth the Lord.
Blessed is the man that feareth God. So when I say shalom, brother, how are you? Don't tell me and respond to me as blessed if you don't fear God.
That's right.
Don't respond to me and tell me you're blessed if you don't fear God.
That's right.
Because only the ones that fear God are the ones that's blessed. Now, what do I mean by fearing God? Be afraid to offend God.
That's right.
Be afraid to do things that is contrary from the laws and the commandments of God. Yep. Now you can say you fear God because you're afraid to offend God. You're afraid to do or say something that will put you in violation of the commandments of God.
Okay.
That's fear.
Yeah.
Tom Sheet.
That delighted greatly in his commandments.
That delighted greatly in the commandments of God. Don't look at the commandments of God as burdensome.
Yeah.
Don't look at the Shabbat as burdensome.
Right.
Don't look at the appointed times of God as burdensome.
Don't say that.
Well, I ran into a person where you explain these laws and commandments to the person, right? But then, we don't learn everything one time.
No.
I don't learn everything one time.
No.
So when we figure out certain things, and I bring it to you, you say, "Well, see, this is hideous. You just adding on." No, I'm not adding on anything. That's not adding on. God just opened my eyes to something that I didn't know. So I have to incorporate it in our daily living now. Now that I know.
You don't show us all one time.
No. God don't show us this all one time. God don't show us nothing all one time. God shows us things according to the level you at
According
with
to
his
where you at.
laws.
According to where you at.
I'm not certain. Not if you're not ready for everything. We are not ready for everything. I'm not ready for everything.
Jason, you can't handle it.
According to your standards, with God
That's where you
will be according to what God shows you.
Daddy's just.
Right.
Tom Sheep.
That's right. His seed shall be mighty upon earth.
His seed shall be mighty upon the earth. Go ahead.
The generation of the upright shall be blessed.
Wait a minute. The generation of the upright is blessed. I said the generation of the upright is blessed. Okay? So if you're not upright,
You're not blessed.
you're not blessed. You got to be upright in order for God to look at you as blessed. Tom Sheep.
His seed shall be mighty upon the earth. The generation of the upright shall be blessed.
Tom Sheep.
Wealth and riches shall be in his house.
Wealth and riches shall be in his
And
house,
his righteousness endureth
and his
forever.
righteousness endureth forever.
Unto the upright there ariseth light in the darkness.
Unto the upright ariseth light in the darkness. Okay, go ahead.
He is gracious.
He is gracious. The word for gracious is kanun. It means gracious, pity, mercy, compassion. Wait a minute. So the book is teaching us the ways and the custom of the righteous.
Yes.
The book is teaching us the ways and the custom of an upright man.
Yeah.
So if you consider yourself as being upright before God, then you will be gracious. If you consider yourself to be upright before God, then you will have mercy and pity and compassion. Read that verse over. The upright man is what?
The upright, unto the upright there ariseth light in the darkness. He is gracious.
The upright man is gracious. Kanun. It means gracious, merciful, and compassionate. What is gracious? What does it mean to be gracious? Courteous, kind, and pleasant. Okay? Courteous, kind, and pleasant. Example. Why did God kill Nabal? And how was he? How was he? He did not recompense the good that David did to him.
Okay.
And what's the other thing he did? He railed on the men.
Yeah.
So it's not a good thing to rail on people.
No. No.
To scream at people
That's
and,
right.
and rail on people
Nobody
and
likes
talk
that.
to people just anyhow you think you can do that.
That's right.
Because there was a man named Nabal and God killed him for that. Killed him because he didn't recompense the good that David did to him and he railed on the men.
Okay.
Merciful. Willing to be kind to and forgive people.
That's right.
If you are merciful, you have to be able to forgive. At a certain point in time, you must forgive. That's why King David didn't kill Shimei.
Yeah.
He said, don't worry about it, Shimei. He said, thou shalt not die. But then at his deathbed, he ordered and instructed Solomon. He said, Solomon, my son, he said, this guy here cursed me with a grievous curse. He said, don't allow him to grow old. So, because King David told him, thou shalt not die, King Solomon already recognized that I can't kill you for that.
Yeah.
So he put stipulations.
That'd be another matter.
Stay here. Do not leave Jerusalem.
Yeah.
The day that you leave Jerusalem, I'm going to kill you. You're going to die.
Okay.
When he left, he reminded them of his atrocious acts that he did to his father. Compassionate, feeling or showing sympathy, sadness, and concern for others. Doesn't that remind you of Esdras?
Yeah.
This is why Ezra was concerned for the nation, because this was a godly human trait.
Yeah.
Even though the people was wrong and they served gods of wood and stone, he still felt sorry for them.
Yeah.
He still felt sorry for them.
Yeah.
And that's why the angel had to come to him and tell him, he said, hey, listen, man. He said,
Come
stop
to
worrying about the wicked and their portion.
You stop.
Stop. Worry about the portion of the righteous and where you're going. That's what you worry about.
Yeah.
Okay? Where we at? What verse we at?
Middle of 4.
Middle of 4.
He is gracious.
He is gracious.
Full of compassion.
Full of compassion.
And righteous.
And righteous.
A good man showeth favor.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. A good man showeth favor. Yes. I did. Yes. Nabal did not recompense the good that David did to him. And he railed on this man. Those are the two things that he did. He didn't recompense the good, and he railed on the man. God had killed them. God had killed them. So, verse 5.
A good man showeth favor and lendeth.
A good man showeth favor and lendeth. So this is what God gives you, the description of a good man and what a good man will do. A good man will what?
Showeth favor.
Will show favor, will show pity, will show mercy and compassion.
And lendeth.
Right? And lend it. Right? Now, a good man will have mercy and he'll give.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
He will guide his affairs with discretion.
He will guide his affairs with discretion. Right? He will guide his affairs with discretion. Okay? The word for affairs is dabar. He will guide his matters. He will guide his sayings. He will guide things with discretion. What does discretion mean? Discretion means to act or speak in such a way as to avoid causing offense. Nabal didn't have discretion.
Careful consideration.
Okay? Nabal didn't have discretion because he railed on the man.
Yeah.
And he did not consider the fact that King David did good to him. He returned them evil for the good that King David did to him. Solomon didn't want nothing to do with Shimei. That's why he told him to stay in Jerusalem. And you stay there. Solomon didn't want nothing to do with nobody that offended his father.
That's right.
Anybody that turned on his father, Solomon was against him.
Yes.
But he made sure he followed the direction and the order that his father gave him.
That's right. That's right.
Right? To act or speak in such a way as to avoid causing offense or revealing private information. That's discretion.
Everybody ain't got to know.
Everybody ain't got to know this. There's a way you speak. There's a way you say certain things. There's a way you do this. You got to be discreet in your actions and your words. Those are the ways of what? A good man has discretion.
Right.
Only a good man will have discretion. That's what the psalm said. King David said that. King David was a man with discretion. And these are things that caused God to turn his attention towards King David. And he said, this man have a heart like me. Because his ways, these are the ways, these are godly ways that I'm reading about, that how King David was. So you want to gain the attention of God? Read about these things, the things that King David did and didn't do, and follow it. You're not going to find it in the law.
True.
You don't find the ways of God. You read about it in the Psalms, my father always said. He said the ways of God, you read about it in Job, my father always said. And he's stuck in Job and Psalms and Proverbs because the ways of, there's a lot of ways of God that you can read about in the book. In those books. Tom C. Verse 12, Tom C. Verse 6.
Verse 6. Surely he shall not be moved forever. The righteous shall be in everlasting remembrance.
Surely he shall not be moved forever. The reason why, so, okay, verse 6. Surely what?
He shall not be moved forever.
He shall not be moved forever.
The righteous shall
The
be
word for move, right? The word for move is ye malt. Right? The word ye malt means to waver. To waver means when you are undecided between two opinions or your course of action. Okay? He said he shall what? Read that over.
Surely he shall not be moved forever. The righteous shall be in everlasting remembrance. He shall not be afraid of evil tidings.
He shall not be afraid of evil tidings.
His heart is fixed.
His heart is fixed.
Trusting in Israel.
His heart is fixed. His heart is firm. His heart is established. Tom C.
Trusting in the Most High.
Trusting in the Most High.
His heart is established.
His heart is established.
He shall not be afraid.
He shall not be afraid
until he see the desire upon his enemies.
Until he see his desire upon his enemies. Tom C.
He had dispersed. He had given to the poor. His righteousness endured forever. His horn shall be exalted with honor. The wicked shall see it and be grieved.
He what? Verse 9.
He had dispersed.
He had dispersed.
He had given to the poor.
He had given to the poor.
His righteousness endured forever.
His righteousness endured forever.
His horn shall be exalted with honor.
His horn shall be exalted with honor.
The wicked shall see it.
The wicked shall see it
and be grieved.
And
he shall gnash with his teeth and melt away. The desire of the wicked shall perish.
Okay. Go to Psalms 107. Got it?
Okay.
Thompson.
Oh, give thanks unto Israel.
Oh, give thanks unto the Lord.
For he is good.
For he is good.
For his mercy
endureth forever. The Creator has multiplied his mercy every day. Every day God has multiplied his mercy. Because if God did not if God don't multiply his mercy, we all be dead men. We all be dead. Tom C.
Let the redeemed of Israel say so, whom he had redeemed from the hand of his enemy.
Who's the ones that God redeemed? Israel. He redeemed us from out of the land of Egypt. All right, go ahead.
And gathered them out of the land.
Gathered them out of the land.
From the east.
From the east. From the west.
From the north.
From the north.
From the south.
In the south, read.
They wandered in the wilderness in a solitary way. They found no city to dwell in. Hunger and thirsty. Their souls fainted in them.
Hunger and what?
Thirsty.
Hungry and thirst.
Hungry and thirsty.
Hungry and thirsty, their souls fainted in them.
Yeah.
God brought them in the wilderness to prove them with hunger and thirst to see if that they was going to have that belief in God. Okay, go ahead.
Psalms 107, verse 6.
Then they cried unto the Lord in their trouble.
And he delivered them out of their distress.
Delivered them out of their distress.
He led them forth by the right way.
He led them forth by the right way.
They might go to a city of habitation.
Oh,
that men would praise Israel.
Oh, that men would praise the Lord for his goodness.
For his wondrous works.
And for his wondrous works to the children of men. So you always got to keep in mind the work of God and the things that God did. You don't forget the things that God did for you. Go ahead, read.
For he satisfied the longing
He
soul.
satisfied the longing soul.
And filleth the hungry soul
And
with
filleth the
goodness,
hungry soul with goodness.
such as sit in darkness
Uh-huh.
and in the shadow of death,
Uh-huh.
being bound in affliction and iron,
Being bound in affliction and iron.
because they rebelled against the word of Israel.
Because God brought you through this because you rebelled against God. God has afflicted you and put you through iron and put you through jail because you rebelled against God. We ended up on those stinking slave ships because we rebelled against God, and God put us through all that. Tom C.
And contend the counsel.
And
of the Most High.
contend the what? The counsel of the Most High. Read.
Therefore he brought down their heart with labor.
Therefore, he brought down their heart with labor.
He fell down.
He fell
And
down,
there was no help.
and there was no help.
None to help.
Uh-huh.
And there was none to help.
Uh-huh.
Then they cried unto Israel in their trouble. And he saved them out
And
of
he
their
saved
distress.
them out of their distress after all the murmurings that the people was murmuring in the wilderness. Anytime they cried out with God, God was there. Anytime. Go ahead.
He brought them out of darkness.
He brought them out of
In
darkness.
the shadow of death.
Uh-huh.
And break their bands in sunder.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that men would praise Israel for his goodness.
Uh-huh.
For his wonderful works to the children of men.
Uh-huh. For he had broken the gates
of brass
and cut the bars of iron in asunder. Fools.
Because of their transgression.
Hold up. Fools. Because of their transgressions. Because we have sinned before God. And because of their iniquities, this is the reason why God has afflicted us. Right? This is why. And with that, all right, I got what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Hallelujah.
And I'm going to call it the next speaker, teacher, indeed, Chief Mikhail Ben Levi.
Hallelujah. 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 Hallelujah.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect, chief men, Prince Smith, brothers and sisters. Giving all praises due to my father, my teacher, and my leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo of the tribe of Lewi. Give out of the tongue of our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Will everybody please rise and repeat after me? Exodus chapter 20. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all his words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which hath brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other God before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make thee graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in heaven above,
that is in the earth beneath,
and that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and showing mercy to thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember the Sabbath day,
to keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work.
thou shalt not do any work.
Thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy manservant,
thy manservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy
nor
maidservant,
thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea and all that in them is,
See all that it is.
and rested the seventh day.
And rest the Sabbath day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day.
and hallowed it.
And hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother.
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
That the days be long upon the land which the Lord thy God gave thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife.
nor his manservant,
Nor his manservant.
nor his maidservant,
Nor his maidservant.
nor his ox,
Nor his ox.
nor his ass,
Nor his ass.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
Nor anything that thy neighbor is.
And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Deuteronomy chapter 24. Deuteronomy means to be repeated. Deuteronomy is the laws being repeated over again from the mouth of Moses. He recapped everything from the time it started until the last day of the 40th year. Okay? And you read Deuteronomy 32. He gave them a warning. He gave them a song. He said, look, and see that was, he said, look, I see that y'all gonna be messing up with God. I can see. God showed me. And I can see right now by your actions, you're not gonna make it when you get in the land.
He told them that.
Learn this song.
He told them that.
This is the last key to keep you in. All Israel's supposed to know that song. That's in Deuteronomy 32. Individually, everybody's supposed to know that. Okay? And the reason why Moses, and if you read it, you will see why Moses told them, well, God told Moses, teach them this song. And you will see why God told Moses, and when you read the song, if they was to get it and keep to that song and stick true to the words that's in there, that would have held them down when they crossed over the Jordan. But Moses already said, yo, I see what's going on with you guys. When you get over there, and we all die off, when the heads are gone, when the last of the ones that's holding this down is gone, nobody's going to take their place. Everybody's going to do what is right in their own eyes. You think it's happening now. But we still have leaders and teachers and officers that will say, no, that's not right. That's not in the book. Hey, and we'll get up and address it to the people. When that generation is gone, because it's not that much left around now, who's going to step up? Who is being groomed? Who is being calling themselves? Who is being a private student? Who? Is this there? I don't see it. I don't see it. A lot of things are being changed. The law of God is being changed. And that's why the wrath is going to come heavy.
Oh, yeah.
Don't look at the heathen and what they're going through.
Yeah.
All right? Stop looking at them, because that's been your problem from the beginning, from these times. Paying attention to the heathen. Paying attention to their reaction. How they do this. How they deal in their marriage. How they do. Leave those people alone.
Right.
You have your own thing that God gave us. Deuteronomy chapter 24.
Deuteronomy chapter 24. When a man has taken a wife and married her.
When a man had taken a wife.
Uh-huh.
The word in the Hebrew for taking is leklah. It means to take, to receive, to acquire, to marry, to take a wife, okay? To gain possession of, to take in marriage, to receive, to accept, all these things. That's what it means when it says when a man takes a wife, right? Because when you see her in your head, you accepted her to be your wife before anything went down. She don't even know you like her. So yes, it's love at first sight for a man when he sees a woman. Because I look at you and say, man, I want to marry her. That decision is a made-up mind decision. Do y'all know that?
Right.
Whenever a man says that, he means that.
Right.
And he will show. If she has a father and mother, he's going to be a son to them. She got brothers, he's going to be a brother to them.
Yeah.
Why? Because I love your daughter. I love your sister. You understand me? So I can't hate the family, but I love you.
No.
Yeah.
Because that's what men do.
Yeah. Come on, child.
You don't get along with the father. The father don't even know you like his daughter.
Right.
We're Israel. We're talking Israelites. We're not boyfriend and girlfriend again. Because if I like you, look, I'm going to your father. Your father's not around. I'm coming to your mother. Maybe your parents died and you stay with your brothers or your uncles. Well, whoever it is, I'm coming to them. I'm not going to sneak and kick it to you. That's what a lot of men in Israel done. 2 Israelite sisters. And the fathers didn't know. That's why we don't have the tokens of virginity in Israel.
True.
That's why men were able to get away and say, oh, she was a hoe, and keep it moving.
Yeah.
That's why. And she wasn't a hoe. You did receive her as a virgin, but no law was being done. Because the whole thing was done in the mentality of being a heathen. So when a man take a wife, everybody know the first person that's going to know is her parents.
Right.
And Italians right now in Italy, in Sicily, Italy, when a man likes a woman, he don't say nothing to her. He finds out in the town, small towns. Yeah. So who's that woman's daughter? He said, oh, that's Fredrio's daughter. He go to Fredrio. Fredrio got 12 brothers, 12 sons, 6 daughters. He go to them and he present himself. And you can't come empty either. You can't come empty. You have to have your own house. The man comes and he shows what he has. And he says, hey, I got a house right here. I can put it. You know what the father did? He looked at his sons. And only the father and the sons got up and went inside. And they had a meeting. And they decided, yes. The father looked at his son and said, what y'all think, man? Because that's our sister. Okay? So the decision comes, and they say, yeah, he all right. We good. We good with us. Father come out, and he said, okay. He don't get her right away. There's a courting session that goes on. They got a court for 3 months. This is in Italy right now, the old country. These are heathens, mind you, okay? That man comes and he gives gifts to everybody in the family. The last one to get anything is her. He don't speak to her. They don't speak to each other until the day of the marriage. And after they get wedded and there's a party and everything, then he takes her to his house. And the marriage is consummated when they have sex. When a man and his wife have sex, she's a virgin. She's never been touched. He never touched her before. That now the family, everybody's happy, right? The father is proud. He married his daughter all to a man that's approved, right? And guess this is all heathens in Italian, the whole country. That night, she becomes his wife. That's in the whole country right now. And that's without paperwork. The whole village accepts the fact that man has taken this woman to wife. The father accepted, the mother accepted, the family accepted, everybody. There's been a banquet going on. Now, when it comes to legal terms, when it comes to business, when it comes to acquiring land, economy, bank accounts, all these things, that's when, if this is your wife, this is your husband, you should get the paperwork. This is when the paperwork comes in. Okay? But in God's eyes, my intent is to marry you, and your intent is to marry me. That's what makes us married in God's eyes first. In the land that we live in now, legally, you get the paperwork.
Right.
I would say do both. If that's truly your wife, that you just really is on the man. That's truly your wife. Me, I'm getting the paperwork,
Right.
and I'm gonna do it how God say.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get my crib. You moving in with me. I'm taking care of all the bills.
Right.
They say it's old fashioned, but that's godly way. My father taught me that. He never said, hey, when you get a woman, you take care of all the bills. I watched him do it with 4 e-shots. 4.
Yeah.
4. 4. 4. Everybody got it wrong. Not all the time, you know. I mean, look at Jacob. It was a little something there, but it didn't go no further than that. 4. They babysitted for each other. They went to Masiba. The camp used to have Masibas after Shabbat. We'll have our own private parties in the camp. My imam and my father's other wives, you think it's like girlfriends getting dressed up to go out to the club. They was already dressed up for Shabbat. They come and put on another, not pants, but other robes and stuff to go back to party. When we party in our robes. And what happened to the turbans? Nobody like rapping these.
Okay.
Nobody likes to rap these. You can't even keep it on for a whole day. But it's easy to wear a hat. Do all of this, but you can't rap. We don't stick to our culture. We don't stick to our culture, or how we get married. That's part of our culture. The laws is our culture. Everything God commanded us is our culture, our culture. We got to stop looking at other people's cultures. Yeah. That word is going to get you in trouble. The word culture doesn't mean it's good for you to follow. Those are other people's ways and ordinances. It said the ordinances of the people of Egypt, where you came from, you shall not do. Their doings, their mannerisms, their customs, and their traditions. Am I correct?
Right. Right.
Right.
How they do things. If a person sneezes, you don't say bless you. That's their doings. That's their traditions. It's been passed down. That's their culture.
Right.
Because if you don't say it, people look at you. Somebody else said, God bless you. He said, thank you. And look at you because you didn't say it. That's what happened to me one time. People be sneezing. I don't say that. I wasn't brung up for that. I wasn't brung up like that, so it's not going to be in me to react that way when you sneeze. But it's a way of the world. And I use the sneezing thing because everybody does it. Even Israelites. Baruch Hashem. Why are you saying Baruch Hashem to me for? Because you don't have to bless the name of God when I sneeze. The prophet didn't say bless you when that child sneezed 7 times. So when a man taketh a wife and marry her, and it come to pass, she find no favor in his eyes because he had found some uncleanness in her. Okay? Okay, the uncleanness, awad dabar. Awad means
An unclean matter.
Wow, something shameful.
Decency.
Some type of
A
indecency.
shameful thing.
Something improper. And it goes down to even behavior. I don't like how she her mouth. Just for your mouth alone, I could write you out. Because I don't like a woman with a mouth. I don't have a lot of mouth. You can't have more mouth than me. So if I feel I gotta shut myself down, you're not the one. See, these things here are grounds for divorce. You don't have to go and be with another man. That's generally what you don't have to do that. There's other ways and other reasons for a man to want to divorce you. Okay? And it brings shame and an embarrassment. Okay? So when this happens, tell me what happens, what he does.
Because he had found some uncleanness in her, they let him write her a bill of divorcement and give it in her hand and send her out of his house.
Wow. Wow. The word dabar, dabar means to speak. That means she didn't do nothing. She said something. She said something. And in what she said, turned me off. Where we get turned off too, man. Yes, Ishas, the men get turned off too. We know y'all get turned off. We are very well aware what turns women off. But we got to start being aware what turns your man on. And that's a lot of mouth. Sometimes we'll say things as a final word. Leave it that way. Don't try to have the last word with your ish. Don't try to have the last word with your mother. Don't try to have the last word with your father. All that comes under honor. And it shows a behavior that is not likable. So she could say something or do something that is grounds for this man to write her a bill of divorce. Okay? In the land, in Israel, back then there was no ceremony. There was no paperwork, no marriage license. Okay? The only time paperwork was involved was when he write her a bill of divorcement, a book of letting go, a writing of letting go. This is now, and the reason why is I relinquished my claim as her husband. So another man can be her husband once I give her that paper. Now, when she get that paper, she don't just take it and ball it up and throw it away. That's her archive. That's her proof. Because some men gonna say, "Oh man, oh nah, ain't you married to such and such?" And oh no, buddy. Look, that's what it's for. It's for her to show that she is free from this man. He said, "Oh yo, wow, okay, yeah." Now, because I fear God, that paper, okay, tells me you're free, and she can go and be another man's wife. That's how it was back then. Okay. Today, the laws of the governments, you have to have paperwork. I suggest, if that's your wife, you might as well get the paperwork.
That's right.
Why not? There's nothing against the law in that. You don't have to have the ceremony. You don't have to go under the chapel. You don't have to have a ring involved, because all of that is paganism. They go downtown Brooklyn. All you need is 2 witnesses to go with you. 2 friends, 2 brothers, a sister or brother. Bring your mother and father. Bring her father and your father. 2 people. All you got to do is go up, and that judge say, "Okay, cool. What's your name? What's your name? You got your ID? Sign here, sign here. Bang, bang. Witnesses sign there, bang, bang. You got your marriage certificate." And you see people, when they come after that, they come outside, you see people throwing rice. And right in front of that courthouse, there's a lot of rice. They still got to do the ceremony, but it's only for the paperwork. You don't have to, we're inviting you to the grand wedding of such and such. All of that is paganism.
Go home and have,
that means you're being married under the banner of the sun god.
Go home.
The wedding cake, all wedding cakes, I'm going to show you why it's under the sun god. All wedding cakes, you will never see a wedding cake with 1 layer. It's round. It represents the sun. Birthday cakes represent the moon. Wedding cakes represent the sun. That's why they have layers. Let me get a 7-tier layer. Oh, look how pretty and nice it is. And it's boom, boom. At the top tier is the smallest tier. What do you have there? You have a man and a woman. Are they real?
No.
Those are toys. That's where toys come from. Those are figurines. Those are terrapins. Okay? If you was listening to teachers last night when we was on, you would know, because Shama spoke to you and broke down what a teraphim is. And that's the same thing that they put on top of the wedding cakes. The man and the woman. You say, wow, it really looked like her too. But what's over them?
Mm.
There's an arch.
Arch.
That
Right.
thing.
Right.
That's the sun. That arch is the sun. It represents the sun. It represents sun worship, moon worship, star worship, the old ways of the Chaldeans. This is how they got married back then.
Got a big arch in St. Louis.
Big, yeah. I remember I was talking about it last week. Monuments.
St. Louis is the arch.
Big giant arch. If you're eating out of McDonald's, you're eating out of the arch. I remember when you show the commercial, he threw the M. That's not really an M, those are arches. But fast food, all the fast food you Israelites like to eat in the grocery stores too, is all sacrificial food to the gods. That's why I got blood and that's why I got fat. It must have blood and fat in it. This is the sacrifice of their God. Everybody eats it by proxy. You can serve boo-boo, but you still gonna serve this God because you down with the diet, or you down with the dress wear, or everybody's down with the X day. China, America, they all shut down on that day. They all the same. Their gods are the same. We be studying and going into the origin to show where these things come from. How you think what Bahaba found out about pictures? Nobody had more pictures in Israel than we did. Nobody. I had rat posters hanging off the wall. Hella OJ, this, that, this. We on the block like this. Me and my man's got a big boom, 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 boom. It's all over. 6-point stars here. But we never messed with the 5-point star. We always knew that thing. We didn't know about it then. When my father was introduced to Israel, the 6-point star was introduced. It was there. But his studies and what he's reading don't go along with what you guys are doing and telling me. I'm not eating with y'all no more. At feast days, we had our own food. Everybody else in Israel had their food, but we had our own food. We were forbidden to eat from other Israelites. That's not supposed to happen. Why my father had to stop my family from eating from other Israelites who serve God like me? Why we have a different diet? That's all I want to know. Why do we have a different diet? Why do we read laws and everybody got a different perception of it? Don't y'all think something is wrong?
Yeah.
Nobody's admitting this in Israel. And the ones that's teaching don't want to come together. They don't want to come together and get none of these laws right to get it for the people. Everybody want to be a smart guy, a professor. I want to find things in the book that you ain't got find, and I want to do it by shooting what you saying down. Your ego is in the way. You don't deserve to be teaching. If you have an ego, you can't be a leader. If you have an ego, you can't be a teacher. If you have you know what an ego is? Your pride. Everybody got an ego, but there's an extra thing on top of it called pride. You got too much pride. You don't need to be teaching this. You got to lay your pride down. You can't answer everything. I'm not shooting nobody down. I shoot down the violation.
Got you.
Changshi.
And when she's departed out of his house, she may go and be
Out of his house, but what if it's her house? How that gonna work? Yeah, I'm divorcing you. Okay, so get out. Get out. The left hand. What she said to the left.
She goes, that's not even your house.
That's why they made songs about kicking dudes out.
It's your mother.
Because y'all changed the game thinking y'all was slick and being pimps. Yeah.
It's your mother house.
Get your own. Don't listen to that. Oh no, baby, you can move in with me. Nah. Get your own, young man. Be a man. That's the first thing of being a man. Being a man is getting your own. And then you can claim and look for a wife. What woman gonna want to be with you? You ain't showing nothing. You gotta have something, daddy. You gotta have something. Look. You gotta have something. Look, if it's just you or your pockets or both, you gotta have something going on. You're wasting her time.
That's why most don't
Okay?
last.
That's why most don't
It
last.
wasn't done right.
It wasn't done at the beginning. It was done on a sneaky link. We know that. It was sneaky link time. Israelites been sneaky linking. Been sneak linking. But let's remember, when you sneak link, you're unwed. And you have sex, you have babies. Those babies are bastards.
Beware.
You want to know what a bastard means? Look it up at the break. Tell me shit.
And if the latter husband hate her and write her a bill of
Wait a
divorce,
minute, hold up. It doesn't say what she did. It said, man, this guy found something. Write a bill of divorce and send her out. She could be another man's wife. He go about his business. She go about hers. She became another man's wife. But then now this guy found something unclean in her. Men, when you see that, that's not the woman to be with.
That's right.
There's a reason why that brother don't want to be with her no more. Before he was like this. Now he like, oh no. I've seen certain sisters, when you link up with her, you don't see that brother no more in teachings. You don't see that brother no more in teachings. I'm telling y'all through experience of what I've been seeing over the years of generations, different camp, this camp, new generations spring up. I've seen it all. Standing right next to my father. And he'll show me, he'll be like, look. See, they got a baby right there, right? He said, you know they ain't get married? And this is a common thing.
They final form is religion.
Tough shit.
and give it in her hand and send her out of his house, or if the latter husband die, with children to be his wife, her former husband was sent her away, may not take her again to be his wife. After that, she is defiled.
She's defiled for you, not for me. That's why one person said, oh, Mick, I don't know, would you ever take me back? I said, hell no. I still love you. I still love you. I would like to take you back. I would like to take you back. I still love you. When I love you, my love don't die.
That's facts. That's me.
When I love you, my love don't die. Even if we apart. My love is strong. But I can't take you back. You're defiled for me. That's what I told her. I said, you don't remember the law? You've been away so long. I can't take you back. We could be the best of friends. You're my sister. But I'm not going into you no more. I can't. And I still think about her. I still wish we was together. But see, the fear of God overrides all of that.
That's right. You talking about
and it's a commendable thing. Damn, I see. God see what's in your heart. And you holding yourself back because of his Lord. That's what, man. You got something working. We can work with you now. He can show you some things. But I can't take you back.
The land been invaded.
Because since I let you go,
the land been invaded.
King David took note of that because
you've been with others.
He ain't divorced.
But he didn't go into her.
He ain't go into her.
He said, give me my wife back. But he never went back into her. No, you are defiled.
Teach.
Look, and I still love you.
Teach.
You're still my wife.
You gotta hit all the corners. You know you're smart.
No, we're going to hit all the corners. Because I know the game. I know the street game. I know all that. Can't get around on me. I know how it goes. I still love her, but I'm not gonna mess with her because of this, and that. She's not defiled, but she's not unclean. She's defiled for me because she used to be with me. That was my territory.
There's still some soldiers left back in the land.
Okay, when I let her go, the land got invaded. And look, and she ain't served God no more. So her ways went back to how it was at default before I met her.
That's a fact.
And it gets worse when they go back to default. Yeah.
Right.
They'll do things that they didn't do before when they was a heathen. When they was a heathen, they was against certain things. They become Israel, turn away with their own doings. Nobody turns you away from God. Nobody can stop you from serving God. And because of that, now you're doing things you never did before when I first met you.
Right.
You're defiled. That shows that you're defiled. But they still say, the Most High know my heart. You got a Christmas tree in your house. And you threw the Christmas tree out at one time and denounced it. Now you got it back in your house. Don't be that way, y'all. Don't go back. It's like a dog returning to his vomit. You ever seen a dog throw up and then sniff it and eat it? That's what we look like when we go back. God, that's a metaphor. Y'all know that, right? God said, that's what you look like to me. And you see what you just said, hell? That's what God look at. He said, hell, look at him. Breaking this law, breaking that law. Hell.
That's why you use that metaphor.
That metaphor, that's what we are. Dogs that eat their own vomit. Eat your own vomit. It's not a good thing. You don't like it when it's coming out. Let alone to eat that. Can you eat that? But we do that with our actions with God. Term sheet.
But that is abomination before the Lord. And thou shalt not cause the land to sin.
When I take her back, and she's been with another, and I take her back, and I'm not supposed to, and she's the foul, the land pays for that. It's sin. It pollutes the land. After a while, God judged the land and the people in it. That's what happened to Egypt. That's what happened to Israel. That's what happened to Babylon. That's what happened to all continents and countries that live against God. In time, they will be destroyed in God's visitation. We just read it when he was telling Abraham, God was telling Abraham, this is going to happen when I judge that nation. He was talking about Egypt, right? But this was hundreds of years before. This was 430 years before God judged them. But God knew the time. He knew their pride was very high. And they had the most deities out of everybody. The more deities of people got, the more defined they are with God. It's like, oh, you got a God of air, a God of fabric, a God of this, a God of that. I'm just cut all out the picture. Your pride is real high, and I'm gonna visit you for that. That's why God hit them with them 10 plagues. It wasn't because of us. You did two birds with one stone. I'm gonna get you out when I hit them up. Either way, they getting hit up.
It's time for them to get hit.
And you didn't get hit up because I promised your father that I'm going to get you over here. So I can't allow you to get hit up. So the city of what's it? Goshen. And they got a Goshen in New York. Goshen, New York, upstate New York. They got a Babylon, New York. They got all over the place. All these places are named after ancient cities over there. Now, I'm going to keep y'all cool. The darkness ain't going to hit you. None of this stuff going to hit you. And I'm going to bring you out by a mighty hand. You say you're not going to get out on your dime, on your strength. You guys not going to have a revolution and free yourself. I'm going to do it with this hand. The reason why he did it like that, so that you can recognize that he is God. Like your father did.
I am the Lord that God.
I am the Lord thy God. I am the Lord. Later on in the history, he said, you know what? These kings was going against God. And when they got in trouble, they cried to God. And God still helped them. He said, now you will know I'm God. I don't deserve to help you. But I'm doing it so that you can recognize. I need you to recognize. So I'm going to do this. Maybe this here will seal you in with me. Maybe this will open your eyes. Maybe this will make you make your mind up. Sometimes you need a devastating situation for you to make your mind up. So, oh, no, you know what? Let me stop playing. Oh, no, now I know what that man said. Jethro said, now I know that God, he is God. But he wasn't there. He believed more than you believe. We read the book that God tells us what's going on and nothing inspires us. You know what we get inspired to do? Oh, I don't think it means that. Do you think, everybody, do you think that this one did that in the book? Let me see what you guys got to say.
No.
Let me see, what was the reason why this one did? Guys, it's in there. Wait. Then when somebody says, well, the reason why it says in the book, blah, 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 say, yeah, but what was that reason? What was that reason? What is going on? What's going on? What is going on? What kind of people we dealing with today? Everybody is getting more stupider when it comes to this God and his laws. Everybody gets stupid. Stupid. And then everybody got an opinion on the law. How you gonna have an opinion on the law? On the commandments? A commandment is a commandment. It's something for you to say, oh, well, okay, let me just do it. You don't have to understand this to do this.
Yeah.
Term sheet.
Which the Lord thy God giveth thee for inheritance. When a man has taken a new wife, he shall not go out to war.
You can't go to war. You got a new wife?
Okay.
You got a newlywed?
Okay.
You got a new wife?
Okay.
These are the commands.
Okay.
We were independent. We had our own land. We had our own government, our own economy, our own produce, our own everything. So we were able to move like this. So I take a wife, I can't go to war. And we're gonna see why. God is a compassionate God.
That's right.
It's not all about thou shalt not no, don't do this because this. Listen, he shall not go out to war, neither shall he be charged with any business. You can't do that today. You're a newlywed, you get drafted, going overseas. You're going overseas.
That's against the law.
Okay?
That's against the law.
He said, neither shall he be charged with any business. Being that we didn't work for people, we didn't punch a clock. The only ones that really worked were the children to help, and that became their inheritance when their father dies. That's the only work you get in this farmhand work, agricultural work, animal work, shepherd work, building houses, stacking hay, plowing, reaping, sowing. That was the jobs. Okay? There was no sitting behind no desk. There was no 401k plan. You're not getting taxed. This is a whole bunch of stuff that's different now because it's for this government. It's not for you. It's not for you. And then these holidays and birthdays and all these days, you give your money back to that government. They don't even celebrate those days. The heads, the ones you don't hear, the names you don't hear, the ones that's above the politicians. They don't celebrate none of these days. No. They straight up sacrificing to the sun, moon, and God. Straight up. Like them.
To the devil himself.
To the devil himself, straight up. No proxy, no middleman, no Jake, no none of that. These people are dealing with that. The BAPE, BAPH, the bomb, straight up. I'm not look. They don't care about the homosexual stuff. That's for the worshipers. Their thing is human sacrifice. That's their thing. Bloodshed. The blood of human beings instead of animals for redemption of sin. Dedicated to the Baal, to the devil, in the form of sun and moon worship. Come on, y'all dig deep and see the things that y'all like doing. It's where it's originated from. But today it's not done for that. Well, how you know that? How you know that? Do you sit down with the people that make the decisions for people in the world? These agendas we keep hearing about, none of them are good. None of the agendas are good. It's got agendas to make you gay. Right?
Right.
Another agenda. The kids don't have to honor their parents. When you tell the children, you have your own mind, you can make decisions for yourself, and you could be whatever you want to be. But you're telling this to a 7-year-old? You're a pedophile. Yeah, that's what pedophiles tell the little kids. It emancipates them and makes them all, okay, I ain't got to answer nobody. Okay, now you come here. It's the same strategy, man. We don't like listening, man. Then we read what our forefathers did, and we do worse than them.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you can't point the finger, man. You're gonna be worse than the heathen today and your forefathers because you see what everybody did. What he said, a whole lot in the holy Bible.
Mm-hmm.
He used Jerusalem, which was the southern kingdom,
Right.
and the northern kingdom, the 10 tribes.
Right.
But we were split.
Mm-hmm.
He called the 10 tribes a whole lot. He called the tribe of Judah a whole lot. He said they were sisters.
Yeah.
He said, and a whole lot went against God, did this, did that. She played the whore. Now, he's speaking metaphorically. He's talking about the 10 tribes, how they played the whore with God by serving idols.
That's right.
By serving idols. When Israel plays the whore, that means you serving idols.
That's right. Talk.
I mean, you left all from God. You're going a whoring. When you celebrate these days that God didn't give us, you go a whoring. When you follow the traditions of these people, you go a whoring. How are we the same and we do the same? How are we different if we do the same things? How?
That's right.
There's not one day
There's no separation.
that I have in common with a heathen.
That's right.
There's not one day
That's right.
I have in common with
That's
a
right.
heathen. I don't celebrate when they celebrate. They don't celebrate when I
Teach
celebrate.
Asa. Teach Asa.
I stand on that.
Teach Asa.
Y'all can read and follow whatever y'all want.
Teach.
But I delight in the things that God commanded me to delight in. You're not supposed to delight in it because you don't serve God. I don't expect you to serve God.
Teach Asa.
God don't want you.
Yeah. That's why they don't delight in
And
it.
stay away from me.
That's why they don't delight in it.
That's why they don't delight in it.
You cut,
You're
Negro.
cut off.
Set the example. Set the example.
You're cut off. And you're not going, most people, when you're cut off, you're not going to realize it. And then you won't be cut off.
Presumptuous sinners don't realize.
Then you won't be cut off. When you're cut off, you don't realize it and you think you're right. And you won't listen. That's what happens when you're cut off.
That's right.
You won't acknowledge your sins. You won't get, man. You're cut off.
Set the example, brother.
And you can be cut off in the living.
That's right.
And you can be cut off after death. But people don't believe nothing happens after death. Forget what you believe. Abraham listened to everything God said and he believed him. So I'm a believer. He didn't do those laws for nothing. He didn't go through what he went through to keep the laws of God and go through what he went through with people because he's keeping God's laws to die and then nothing happened. Y'all think y'all don't know how great God is. Y'all taking away from my God. Y'all taking away from the glory of the Most High God. He ruled all realms. God rules all realms. You know what I mean by that? The physical realm, the spiritual realm. All right, the realm of the living and the realm of the dead.
Right.
So y'all keep thinking ain't nothing happened after this. Time sheet.
Neither shall he be charged with any business. But he shall be free at home 1 year, and shall serve his wife, which he
Who
hath
could get
taken.
married today and stay home for a year? You got
I
the only people that
be
can
paid.
no.
You gotta be paid.
They were rich people. Thank
You
you.
gotta be paid.
Thank you. These people were rich.
Free.
Everybody got thousands of calories.
Free people.
I could stay home.
A free people.
A free people could do that.
That's right. That's right.
A free people could do that. You are not a free people. They got you thinking that so that you can follow them. Listen to me. They got you thinking you're a free people so you can follow them.
Right.
But you're not. I'm letting you know you're not a free people. If you're free, if we're free, if we're blessed and we're free and God is with us right now, we should be able to go back to Israel, kick everybody out of that land and take our land back over.
We can't do that.
All right, then. That ain't happening.
We're gonna get genocide.
That's not happening.
Right.
We are not going over there as a, you could get on the plane right now, but as a whole, all Israel going over there and dwelling over there is a dream, like Martin Luther King's dream.
National Guard
It's
coming.
a dream,
National Guard coming.
okay? And I read in dreams, it said, do not regard dreams if the Lord is not in it. If it does not say, thus saith the Lord, don't regard that dream.
man food if you go off the train.
Because he ain't showing you nothing. He showed it. He connected with them. He showed these guys the future in dreams. He ain't showing you nothing. He ain't showing you nothing. Not worthy to get shown nothing. But you gonna dream the dream of fools. Some shit.
No man shall take the nether or the upper millstone to pledge, for he taketh a man's life to pledge.
All right. Big, giant, big stone, black stone, 2 pieces. A bottom piece, a top piece. And you got a stick holding up the top piece. And you put your grain, because your grain comes in a hull. Your rice that you get, it came in a shell. You're not cracking that with your teeth. So they put these things, all these grains, inside on the top part of the bottom part of the, what's it? Millstone.
Right.
Then you take the stick off. Now the grain is in between. A millstone is heavy pieces of flat stone. And you got handles on both parts. One, you go this way, the other one go that way. And you go like this. You go like this.
Yeah.
And that's what grinds and gets the hulls off of your grain. When you lift it up now, it's a separation. You throw the hull pieces away, you got your wheat, you got your barley, you got your, okay? I cannot come and take your upper or lower millstone as a pledge. You need money. Okay, what you gonna give me the whole till you're ready to pay me back? Right? Mm-hmm. I can't pick it out. Number one, we're gonna get into it.
You say wait outside.
But number one, wait outside. Because if I don't wait outside, I'm gonna start doing this. So God said, okay, you ain't want to wait outside, don't pick his millstone. How you gonna pay you back? That's how he made his money. And today people are cruel. Okay, he owes you money, but you can't take what he does or his skill set that he uses to make the money. Well, you ain't getting this back until I get my money. How I'm gonna pay you? That's evil. That is evil. And men do that today. Today. It's being done. That's an evil thing. You're not the mafia. You want the mafia. You borrow money from them, they tax you and interest. You're going to always owe them. If I take your millstone or I take your ways and means of getting money, you're going to always owe me. That's why God knows. God said, don't go in there and take that. Leave that alone. You can't mess with that. That is an exception. Okay? He said, boy, he taking a man's life to pledge. You taking his life, how he going to live? He still got to eat. Even though he owe you, he still got to eat every day.
That's right.
You have to have mercy. You still got to pay. Because if you don't pay, you wicked. Because we said the wicked borrow it and don't pay back. So it take 2 to tango now. You got stuff on you. You got stuff on you. If you don't keep your part, sin. You don't keep your part, sin. That's how it goes. Tongue sheet.
Yeah. If a man be found stealing any of his brethren of the children of Israel,
Kidnap. Go ahead.
and making merchandise of him and sell him, then that thief shall die.
This is
and thou shalt put evil away from among
they
you.
don't like to use the word kidnap no more. They use trafficking, human trafficking. They don't like to use the word slaves no more. They don't like to use the word pimping. They use human trafficking. You get a lot of time for that. You can't sell nobody. Right. You can't sell your child. It is a federal offense. Let alone me snatch somebody up and then tell the family, look, I need $5 million. You ain't seeing this guy again. And when I open up the letter, his finger's in the letter. We don't deal with that. We don't get down like that. God don't want us to be like that. It brings about a cruelty and a ruthlessness and bloodshedding that's not good. And there's no mercy for each other. We do that to each other. I hate you that bad. We serve the same God. I can't hate you that bad if we serve the same God. You, even though you mess up,
That's right.
even though you're a bald head, I'm not snatching your child and making merchandise.
No.
You understand what I'm saying? All right, cool. You know what? I just gotta leave that alone.
Got to separate from you.
You gotta leave it alone. You gotta leave. Leave them there.
Yes, over there.
I don't hate you.
No,
I hate what you
I
do.
hate what you doing.
I do not like what you do. You're
That's right.
going against
That's
God's
right.
word. I
Yeah.
hate that. I don't hate you.
Right.
That's right.
I don't hate you.
Right.
I hate what you do. I eschew the evil
That's right.
that you do.
I can too
And therefore, we cannot walk together.
I can too walk
I
together.
can't be around you.
Wow. That's
And
right.
some, I can't even pray with you.
Wow.
You're going to have
Right.
to pray on your own.
He wasn't even pray with Saul.
Okay.
You want to pray with Saul? Man, that's King Saul, man.
I can't even pray with you.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay?
He said, I'm out.
When you take confession, you do that by yourself.
That's right.
He messed up one time.
Oh, you do it by yourself one time. You take confession, you do that by yourself.
That's right.
Not as a group. Ahab did it. He did it by himself. He didn't say, hey, Jezebel, you messed up too. You got me in trouble. Come on. No,
Absolutely not.
it's on him
That's right.
because he know he could have stopped that.
That's right.
He could have told her, don't worry about it. I'm good.
Mm.
I'm going to handle it. He didn't have to tell her. Did he?
Mhm.
I was like, no, don't worry, Isha. It's good. You ain't got to tell her everything.
Right.
Because in her fervor and love for you, the intent is good. But what she did was wrong.
Right.
Okay?
That's right.
So he was supposed to say, hey, what you want my seal for? You not supposed to have my seal, Kelly, get that.
Uh-huh.
Right or wrong? That was
Right.
a man's thing. That's
That's right.
his seal. He signed. Death sentences go out on that seal.
She chased him, man. She's different.
Yeah. Dr. Leah, Jezebel, her daughter Adelia. She ran Israel for 7 years
Basically, yeah.
under hard rule. But she took Caesar. She took that. It took 85 priests to put her there by the horse king.
That's right.
It took 7 years for that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So men feared her. This is what happens when the law's not being done, everything gets turned out of balance. Okay? This becomes that, and that becomes this. Left becomes right, right becomes left, up becomes down. Man becomes woman, woman becomes man. Child becomes mother, mother becomes child. Y'all understand what's going on? There's a changing of kind. What we honor and what we look at as honor, there is no honor in the planet no more. For nothing. You do what you want to do, you feel how you want, and you suffer the consequences therein. That's how it is now. That's a heathenistic lifestyle. YOLO. You only live once, so what? Do you? No. You do only live, you got this one life to live, and it's short. So God tells you what to do with it. He tells you what to do with this short life. Because it's short now.
Right.
Okay? The game changed once Adam ate.
Right.
Once Adam ate, the game
Everything
changed.
changed.
Everything changed.
Everything
Everything dies. Everything gets old.
That's right.
Everything
That's
dies.
Right. That's right.
Before it wasn't like that. But we can't get that because you live in a world that's of death. So it's hard to see it when you read and don't believe. The only way you can think outside of the box of this world is reading this book every day. I'm telling you, it works.
That's true.
The words gonna be in your head. Look. Sin gonna come to you, but you read so much, the words gonna bounce that sin out. I'm telling you through experience. Read every day. Read. Look, the main thing to read is that 10 Commandments. Before you go into anything, before you read Genesis, I'm gonna read the 10 Commandments.
That's right.
Read that Exodus 20. Recite
That's
it
right.
to yourself.
That's
You
right.
got kids, recite it to them every day before school. Okay?
That's right.
It has an effect.
That's who God told us to teach. Not the world, the children.
That's
And
right.
that's why the children are going on, because we're not paying attention to them. We're paying attention to other things. Time sheet.
Take heed in the plague of leprosy, that thou observe diligently, and do according to all that the priest, the Levites, shall teach you, as I commanded you.
Leprosy was the thing. That was the disease back then. God said, look, don't play with that. Take heed to the plague of leprosy, meaning whatever the priest tell you to do it. So take heed to the plague of COVID. Oh man, that stuff ain't real. All right. So what all those people was dying for? People still dying from it.
Lamb.
The news ain't talking about it. People are still dying. People are still going down. Take heed of the plague of leprosy. Now you gotta wash your hands. You never wash your hands before, you're gonna wash now. Okay? Close contact with people ain't too good. Hold their hands shaking. This is how it's spreading. This is how it's spreading. Being mindful of the diseases and sicknesses of today. Because you sin. And these are one of the wages of sin. Pestilence, disease, famine, all of that. God kicked us out of Israel and he sent the sword after us. Y'all know that?
That's right.
He said, after I got rid of Israel, he said, I commanded the sword of violence. You know what that is? This is why we got police brutality. This is why the police beat us down. This is where the injustice comes. No justice, no peace. You ain't getting that. You ain't getting that. Because you was either out of Hamites, ancestors of people who defied God, or you was out of these people who were supposed to serve God and didn't. So no justice, no peace. Police beat them, shoot them, hang them. That's why we went through slavery.
God did it to us. Because of Bible.
This is why.
Come on.
This is why the jails are filled up with more black men than any other race. That's right. It's a conspiracy against the black man. Damn right. It's a curse that God put on us.
God did it.
And the rest of the black people.
God
more
did
than one nation of black people.
That's right.
He said all these
God
people here. The only good one was Israel. And he followed them. So guess what? I'm gonna let Israel go. Some of y'all gonna go in Europe. A couple of 100 years later, the rest of y'all gonna go into Africa. And whoever stay in the Middle East, you're gonna be slaves, you're gonna die. He said, now you guys that came to Africa, y'all gonna become Africans. So now they call you Nubians. The ones that went up in Europe became Europeans.
That's right.
Okay?
You got quite
the 10 tribe nation. The 10 tribe nation, Assyria took them and went up into Europe with them.
Thanks.
They never came back.
Never came back.
Some of them say, yo, you know what? We messed up. But we're not going to stay here and not do Shabbat. We're not going to stay here and not do the. We're going to keep going away from these people and find a spot where nobody lived, and we're going to keep the commandments there. That wasn't everybody. That was a special crew. Okay? And look. There's plaques in Ireland written in ancient Hebrew from this time, descendants of the tribe of Judah,
right,
in Ireland. Okay? We were spread everywhere. And then the black slave trade is started. Okay? Israel got spread it out way before the worldwide slave trade.
Right.
This is what when we got spread it out, was in BC time, ancient time. By the time the slave trade came, we were not, there was no such thing as Israelites. There was a time in the world where there was no Jews, no Israelites. The only Jew was a European Jew. And this is where we get Judaism from. And this is where we get days that is in the book, but they celebrated a different way. Each day that God commanded us to celebrate and ordained as a feast and the Shabbat, the Jewish man does different. What's going on? What's going on? This camp do the Shabbat one way. That camp do the Shabbat another way. That camp don't do the Shabbat. That camp do the Shabbat and do church. And this would do. What's up? And when somebody says, God says, thou shalt not, thou shalt. Oh, he's emotional. Oh, he's ready. Yo, y'all are bugging. And that's how I know y'all bugging. Because they told Elijah he was crazy. A man that didn't die. A man that God called up. A man that stepped into a chariot of fire and got brought up. He did not die. He did not die like the men normally. All right? And they called him crazy. So guess what? I'm crazy too. I'm crazy. If you look at me as crazy, I'm doing the right thing in front of God. Because know why? Know why we crazy? You know why Israelites is crazy? the ones that fear God? Because you are doing something different than the world is doing. You're doing something different than what Israelites are doing. Israelites following Americans. Israelites are following these people. Israelites love to venture off and incorporate cultures that is not theirs, and they can't even get the law correct.
Can't even get the law right.
Can't even get the law.
Get the law correct. That'll keep you from incorporating. But you're not even keeping the basics correct, and you want to incorporate and want to sound like professors. This is what's been going on too long. Thou shalt not steal means thou shalt not steal.
That's it.
That's just no other way to spin it.
Facts. That's right.
The ask the Israelite, oh boy, wordplay, tongue sheet.
Remember what the Lord thy God did unto Miriam, by the way. After that, you will come forth out of Egypt. When thou dost lend thy brother anything, thou shalt not go into his house to fetch his pledge.
See, that's why earlier, because you may be the guy that still go in the house to fetch his pledge. Now, this law not gonna keep you out of his house, because you know he got goodies in there. He got a lot of valuable stuff. So you want to go in there and pick out. You can't do that. That's why God say, wait out there. You know what a man gave for collateral? Value. This was the value. I don't care what amount of money I was borrowing. This covered it.
Sounds like it is.
This is why I had to stay out the house, because what he's going to get is a robe. That's why you got to stay out the house. Because if you go in the house, you're not going to pick the robe. You're going to pick the millstone. Or you're going to pick something else. Because this is what I'm going in the house to get.
Right.
We'll read. We'll see.
Thou shalt stand abroad,
Uh-huh.
and the man to whom thou dost lend shall bring out the pledge abroad unto thee.
It says the pledge, but it don't say what the pledge is yet. Tongue sheet.
And if the man be poor, thou shalt not sleep with his pledge.
Oh, still don't say what the pledge is, but we know it's something material. It's something materialistic. It's something you sleep with. So it's clothing. It's a covering. And that's what the robe is. The robe is like a blanket and a covering. And that's what they slept in. When the night is cold, he put on a heavy robe made of sheepskin or wool. That's a heavy coat. This is a coat. That's a coat. It's a coat. The first coats were robes. If you put on your coat to go outside, you see where you zip it up? Stitch that up so it don't open up no more. Put two corners on the side. You got a rose. Where coats came from, rose. Mehil. And that's what God gave Adam and Eve. And that's why the whole world, the first world, even people who hated God, even Nimrod, wore robes. Everybody.
Yeah, everybody wore robes.
That's right.
Everybody
That's right.
wore robes until the mashing of the Greeks.
Not suit
And
and
the
tie and turban.
Babylonians. The suit and tie come from, oh boy.
Suit and tie with
You
a
know where the
turban.
suit and tie come from? A bird.
Talking about he clean.
Face. You out of your mind.
People who sacrifice their animals. The priests of those people have a mask on that looks like the animal that they're serving. Everybody looks like the God they're serving. Okay?
Like the Pope.
Okay?
It's like a fish.
All right. Fish. That's Dagon. Dog. Dog is fish.
Yeah, teach.
Their God is the Philistine God, Dagon. The priest, thank you. That thing he
I learned
wears,
that. I learned
that comes from the old Philistine priesthood. Okay? I'm African, and my God is Hugu Hugu Choo Choo. Right? I put on a mask when it's time to worship Hugu Hugu Choo Choo. I put a mask on that looks like Hugu Hugu Choo Choo. Or I make myself look like Hugu Hugu Choo Choo. And there's a dance. All dances. Look, man. Look, the first songs were made. Men did not sing songs to each other or to women.
No.
Or to just whatever. You know what they sung to?
God.
God. Hence all of David's songs was to God. That was the pattern of man, period.
Yeah. King David.
Okay?
Or about God.
That were about God.
Right.
Okay? That's how it go. The mindset, our mindset is crazy. That's why you can't get it. Tongue sheet.
And if the man be poor, thou shalt not sleep with his pledge. In any case, thou shalt deliver him the pledge again.
Uh-huh.
When the sun goeth down, that he may sleep in his own raiment.
Oh, so we know now this is the road. We know now he didn't sleep naked. He didn't sleep in his boxes. She don't sleep in her panties. She don't sleep in her necklace.
Panties.
After they consummate their marriage, they get dressed. They don't stay there like that. Y'all know that, right?
True. That's right.
They had sex in their rooms. Nobody got butt naked. That was a great thing. Yeah. It's a lot of things we got to change, even in the bedroom. So my Abba told me to teach. He could go up in their bedroom, go up in their bathroom, go in their kitchen, go in the, you do it in your house, you go in your stuff. It's right. He says, when you get up there, you shoot yourself down and shoot everything down.
Yeah.
That's wrong.
Yeah.
That's how my Abba taught me to teach. And that keeps you stronger.
I just make sure I put it back on after.
Put it back on after. What you're supposed to do is go shower right after. That's what they did. They went and showered. They didn't lay up. There's no laying up because we both unclean. We both unclean. You gotta get up, shower, and after you shower, your clothes is back on. So that whole how we do things, how they did things, that's why they were holy people before God.
Do not pray when you're cohabitating.
I'm gonna get to that right now. At that moment in time, with your Isha, you with your Ish, God has nothing to do with that. Don't involve him in that. There's no prayer for that. There's no prayer for the kitchen.
God out of that.
There's no prayer for sex.
Exactly.
There's no prayer for the kitchen. Or no prayer for the bedroom. Or prayer for the house. There's no such thing as that.
That's right.
Humbling your wife,
Okay?
nothing to do with God.
Nothing to do. That's your business. God said, okay, you did what I said to do. You marry her. You got to go ahead, do what you got to do.
Right.
Make more. The power that I put in you to see the light, this is the object of it, to make more.
What you praying for?
Don't pray to God before, during, or after. Clothes on or off. Leave that alone.
Sierra did that in the future. He was like, whoa. He was fucking it.
Okay, look. Masonry, Masonics does that. It's different denominations of Masonics. And whoever is married to a Masonic, she is an Eastern Star. I met a lot of Eastern Stars. They made me run from them. They made me run from them. They're about stuff that I was like, oh, no. I'm good. They was about some stuff, man. The same things that we read about that the people do to worship their gods. The opening, the Lord of the opening. Or those sexual crazy acts. They're with that. The woman even more. That why do you think they sent? Who they sent to get the men? The woman Midian.
With their wife.
And the woman went. I mean, the men went. The men went. A lot of them got caught out there. They were no ugly woman. The woman back here was no ugly woman. Not even the heathens. They was not no ugly woman. It wasn't out of shape. And you still gotta love me. They bathed in incense for 6 months, and the next month, yeah. And the same thing with the men. The men wasn't no slouches, and they were God-fearing men. And they had power, they had money, they were royal. The woman, oh man, I hope he picked me up. Yeah, we weren't no bums, and we were beautiful people before God. We mess up ourselves trying to be like them, man. That's what God said, man. Go there and kill those people. Don't marry into those Canaanites. The Moabites, I let them live. They're not as bad as these people. Certain things they do, they don't do. That's why they're alive. But don't go over there and mess with the Ammonites. But don't serve their gods. They're far away from you, so you ain't going to learn their stuff. That's why you don't live with people who don't serve God. God did not move us in to live with the Canaanites. He said for us to get them out by destroying them. Their time was up. But we said we had a better idea than God. God sent you on a hit, and you say, no, I'm going to let them live. What happens in that movie when you see that? You say, no. Now God is looking at you. The guy that you let get away, he good. You worse than him. And God says, see, now that y'all did this, Y'all actions changed the game. Now they're gonna be here. I don't want you to kill them no more. You will live amongst them to prove you, because you keep playing games with my laws. To prove you, they're gonna live amongst you. They're gonna live over you, under you, beside you, outside of you, and you still gonna have to maintain this. Just don't follow them, and you're gonna be ridiculed because you're gonna be different, and you're gonna still have to follow this. So you're gonna have to maintain a certain type of behavior, because that's affliction too. Yeah, to see if you're gonna stop serving God because of ridicule by other people. Yeah, God said, okay, look, this guy here or this female here, pride is real high. They value how people look at them. So I'm gonna switch the life up so that people could look at them different and see what they're gonna do now. He knows the hearts of everybody. My father said one time, my Abba told me, he said, look at these people here. We was in a camp, big camp. He said, look at these people here. This was my first time teaching. I was 15 years old. He said, I want you to keep in mind one thing when you go up there. Every person that's there, their brain is a universe by itself. Your job is to get the connection of all those universes to God's universe, not yours, to God's universe. He said, you're going to have to pump hard, son. They're not going to like a lot of things you say. They didn't like a lot of things Moses said. Who am I? Who am I? Hey, you don't want to hear it? Cool. I don't have the power to kill you, make you alive, do nothing. I don't want that. I did my job. And that's all I'm here to do. Okay? Whatever problem you have, take that up with the Most High. That's what Moses said. Your problem is not with me, it's with God. That's who you're talking against, is with God. Because what are we talking about? God and everything that comes from God. So that's your problem.
Yeah.
Your ego is your problem, and your pride and your problem with God. I'm just in the way because I'm representing something you disagree with. Time shit.
Thou shalt not oppress a hired servant that is poor and needy.
Why would you want to do that? He's poor and needy. You're already going through it. What you're oppressing him for? We know what oppression is because it's something you wouldn't like. You ain't doing that to the rich guy. You ain't doing that to the gangster. You're a bully. You take advantage of the weak. Okay. And you look, and not all poor people are weak. That poor man is a poor man, but he's a killer. And you riding him because he's poor, he'll kill you. He'll kill you. Because you added on to his affliction.
I mean, King David was going to kill Nabal.
Grievous words.
He was going to kill him. God had to stop him.
And treatment. Grievous, certain words, no, man. In the street. And in this book, men have said things out their mouth that cost their life. They didn't say nothing against God. But there's things you can say that will make another man say, no, you know what? You're going to have to kill him.
That will bring death.
The way he talking, I see what it's going to come to. Let's get rid of him now.
That will bring death
before it happens.
That's right.
That's why I don't let people know what I'm thinking. I don't let nobody know nothing. You don't know my movements. You don't know when I'm coming in or going. All right? Nah, you can't. Because they hate our God. They hate you.
That's right.
I don't trust Israelites either.
Teach my brother.
It's a clear thing. Right. Not all Israelites think like me. They will turn you in. They turned in Samson. This is life, man. Right. This is life. Okay? And you're in it. Okay? You got to stop playing around and be aware. That's why I don't let everybody know my business, good or bad. Okay? I don't get emotional, and you're not going to know what I'm going to do to you tonight. You're not going to know. I'm going to rock you to sleep.
Not going to go on social media.
No. Idiots do that. Fools. Listen, if you do that, expect this. Hello? Hello, it's the police. That's who coming. castle coming. Larry and Simeon said, hey, man, it's no problem. Listen, man. Okay, cool. We'll do what you say. Circumcision. Need I say more? No. Need I say more? Larry and Simeon.
Rock them to
They didn't
sleep.
even tell all their brothers. So after.
Rock them to sleep.
They didn't tell all their brothers. They didn't tell all their brothers. They said, now we gonna boop, 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 boop. Now, when they went back, they got their brothers. They went, oh, word? Why you ain't call us, man? Come on, let's go. They brought back everything. The woman, little ones, children.
They got rich right there.
That's how they got rich. And the sons married into those women.
They took those ones.
They took those women. That's how they got those women for their wives. Okay?
Mm,
Everything not going to be explained,
Yeah, I ain't
but if you
repeat that.
believe what you read, it will be explained.
I thought they got their money from.
Okay.
That's a fact.
That's where they got their women from.
That's a fact.
Remember now, that's why we got to read, because we go over a lot of things. Look, we go over a lot of things. Up here, we got a lot of damage up here. All of us. Okay? You would tell me something, and I would forget what you told me that quick.
That's right.
I will forget. That's how messed up we are
That's how
here.
much
That's what
wickedness we have
sin
in
does
Wickedness.
to this. Sin messes this up.
Forget it's wicked.
It alters this and make the decisions always against God. And your heart's going to feel it. Your heart, your feelings, your emotions, and your thoughts go together. If I feel a way about something, I'm going to start thinking the same way about what I'm doing. They go together. Okay? So that's why when you speak, I know what's on your mind. People don't pick up a lot of things when people speak, but the wise do. I said, yo, man, you hear what he just said? I'm the only one that heard? I said, yo, he said, boom, boom, boom. So you know what that means? Oh, shoot. So we got to start paying attention when we read. Because we don't. You think you are. We're coming out of a slum. Okay? A mental slum of wickedness. He said they came back. Jacob's sons came back from Shechem with spoils of the city and the woman and children. They ain't killed them. They married into them. And look. They ain't killed those children, even though they wasn't theirs. They took them to be theirs. That's my son now. You my wife. You had a son before. That's my son now. But do you accept that and believe it? Does your son accept it and believe it? I ain't gonna be no Vic either.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be all godly with you, and you ain't being godly with me. We have to separate.
That's right.
We have to separate.
That's right.
Time sheet.
Whether he be of thy brethren or of thy stranger that are in the land within thy
Okay,
gates.
cut that. Go to Judges chapter 19.
Big time, my brother.
These laws, the 10 Commandments was the first set of commandments that was given. The reason why those commandments could be done anywhere you at. Those commandments can be performed when you're in slavery or when you're independent. When you're a free people or you live in the wilderness. Because right now they was living in the wilderness when God gave them those commands. So God didn't give them the rest of the laws until later because they're not going to be able to do it while they're out in the wilderness. There's no year of Jubilee out there. You're sentenced to 40 years out here. There was already sentenced. So certain laws ain't going to be done until we get in the land. There's a lot of laws for the land. We ain't in the land. So those 10 commandments can be done on the moon. You live on the moon, you can perform those 10 commandments. Anywhere you're at and anywhere you live in, the 10, that Exodus 20 can be done.
That's why the Lord came down with those 10.
That's why he said, hear these 10 words first. Get this right in these 40 years. I'm not going to give you all of this because the rest of this is for when you get here. You can't perform these commandments, and I'm not going to do that to you and expect for you to get this because you don't have the land yet.
Tell him.
But I'm going to give you, but these commandments, these 10 commandments that I'm giving you is about the main thing that's in your heart. You don't have honor, and you don't know about the Shabbat. And you got to stop serving all these other gods. Okay? And you got to honor your parents.
Right.
That's what's in these things. Y'all wasn't getting this in Egypt. Y'all got to get this here in the wilderness. But they wasn't doing that. They wasn't doing it. Something as easy as praying to God for water. They made it a situation. That's what we do. All you had to do, hey, yo, Moses, entreat of God for the water. You know, don't let him do that. Don't ask God why he doing this to us, his servant. You know, I know he didn't bring us out here to die.
Like Samson, after he called all the bodies, he told me,
No,
God,
God.
thirsty.
I'm thirsty.
So you will kill your servant.
God would have gave them water. He still gave them water,
Still gave it to them.
but they didn't ask for it.
Heard it to the plain.
Still gave it to them.
And he still gave it to
They
them.
still ain't sentenced them yet.
Still,
They ain't even say Torah. They ain't no praise of thanksgiving, nothing.
Next, complain about the food.
And that's why the complaints kept going. They didn't get the
Complain about the
message.
food. Yeah, next is food.
They didn't get it.
Not the water, they
Okay.
complain about food.
Now, through Judges chapter 19.
That's right.
and it came to pass in those days when there was no king in Israel.
No king in Israel. There's no one man ruling nothing. We didn't have kings yet. All the elders are dead. Moses is dead. Joshua is dead. And the 70 elders that lasted, they died off. When they died off,
Everything
the
went
people
haywire.
were on their own.
Went haywire.
Everybody did that was right in
In
their
their
own
own
eyes, like today.
They went haywire.
Today, and that's this situation in this part of history of their lives are the same.
Right.
There is no king, or there's no one leader for all Israel, and everybody has their own way of doing this. Everybody's a teacher, everybody's a scholar,
Right.
everybody's studious.
All you need is a YouTube page.
That's all you need.
Johnny come
And
make
you and look, and you're wise.
That's it.
Wow. Johnny come make tuck their own camp now.
Tell she.
That there was a certain Levite sojourning on the side of Mount Ephraim,
Uh-huh.
who took to him a concubine out of
Mount
Bethlehem,
Ephraim,
Judah.
so that's close to Benjamin. Ephraim and Benjamin is close to each other. Tell she.
And his concubine played a whore against him, and went away from him unto her father's house. to
Okay,
Bethlehem, Judah.
wait. She played the whore, and she did what?
And went away from him.
I don't even have to go into Hebrew for this. She played the whore just by leaving her
By
husband
leaving her side.
and going to her father's
By
house.
leaving her.
Me, I don't want to be with you no more. I'm out.
Okay.
I'm out. And she gone. Or you come in the house and nothing's in the house but the dog.
Yeah. Nowadays, the dog get taken too.
The dog going too.
I miss
And it's your dog.
Where my dog
She's
at?
taking that too. I've seen that, man.
And bring Rover back. Bring my dog back.
He said, yo, man, she gone, sir. I said,
He
who?
done took
He
the
said, yo,
dog.
son, she gone. She took
took
my
the
dog
cat.
too. He was
He
crying.
took everything.
My man was crying. He was crying. And she left and went to Jamaica. She never came back here. And he was never the same. This is what happens when you get married and it's a mismatch. She left off from this man. It don't say why. And it don't say she went and committed adultery with another man. But when you leave off from your husband,
Those are ways of order.
Talk about it.
You have gone astray.
you leave your place.
Right.
Talk about it.
Oh,
You have played the whore also.
right.
Because you in the field.
Talk about it.
You're not where you're supposed to be.
That's right.
So hey, I don't know what you're doing out there.
Talk about it.
That's right.
You out there with the rest of the whores. You can't tell me you not doing what they doing. That's how God look at it with us.
That's right.
You play the whore. Once you go out of serving me, you are whoring with other gods. There is a God you're serving once you break these commandments.
That's right.
And that's when they say you are going to whore.
That's right.
Did you have sex with anybody?
Left to the left.
Sex ain't had nothing to do with it. When you leave off from the regime, you leave off from your allegiance,
From the rules.
you leave off from the rules, from the servitorship, from the rulership, from the authority. What they say in the army, you deserve it. Okay? Is it a good thing for a man to just disappear on his wife and kids?
No.
Run off.
No.
It ain't good for a woman to do it either. It ain't good for you to run off with the children either. At least let's split them up. Man, take them all.
Because in her mind, it's her kids.
And that's not right.
But they was with me
So that
first.
means when we got married, this was all about you. See, the marriage is for you. The ceremony be for the woman. All that stuff be for the woman. The man don't be in that. The man don't want to spend all that money. I'm talking about the heathens. They don't even want to spend it. Like, oh man, I'm losing more money than when I'm stay single. But then now you're single, you're gonna be a whore in the heathen world. So the man said, man, it's cheaper to keep her. So he married her. But he spent a lot of money. So now you want to leave me? I've been spending all this money. I've been paying all these bills. I could have been with Susie. She told me to leave you. She said you wasn't good enough for me. And I should have listened. But it's too late. It's too late. My Abba told me don't get married to him, and I still went and married him. Now I'm stuck. Because he ain't giving me no divorce. And if he don't give me a divorce, I am not free. So be careful of who you bind yourself in marriage to and have children with, man.
That's right.
For God's sake, you're going to cry.
That's right.
When your child say he loves Santa Claus, and you didn't bring him up for that. You didn't teach your wife that. You didn't teach the kids that, man. Make you hate yourself, man.
I love
You thought you were smarter. You thought you were smarter. It still echoes. You say, I love Santa Claus. Like, what? Damn. I'm the phone up and cry. So no more heathens for you, man. No more heathens. You get you a daughter of Israel, right? That don't act like a heathen. A lot of daughters of Israel, I don't see no difference to them and outside. They got some eye contact. Bro, I can get that. I can sneak her to the side. But I don't do that.
Don't start the burst.
But it's there. You have it there. Amongst the men, a lot of these young men are whoremongers. They're having sex all over the place. And a lot of the women are whores. They're having sex in their mother and father house. There's no tokens of virginity.
That's right.
Facts.
That's right.
This gotta stop.
Over here.
Time sheet.
And his concubine played the whore against him, and went away from him unto her father's house.
She went to
in
her father's
Bethlehem,
house.
Judah.
Right? That's her father. You honor your father and mother, but you're married to him. Your duty is to him. Your father sent him off to you. You can't feel anyhow you want to run back to daddy.
That's right. That's right.
You causing problems.
Right.
That's
You
right.
might make them get into it.
That's
Yo,
right.
what you do to my daughter that she could. And a lot of men, look, I'm a man still.
That's
And
right.
you really ain't my daddy.
Right.
So now it's going, this is real life situation. Okay? So we got to stay in your place. Once you come out your place, you're a whore. And she didn't lay down with no man. She didn't look and she didn't desire no man. It wasn't like that, you know. The woman wasn't like that. When they got a man, they were satisfied with that man. And a lot of them, when the man died, they didn't want no other man.
They didn't want no other.
Right. That's what make a widow.
Right.
And that's why God said, a widow, leave her alone. She don't borrow nothing. You
The
give
man
her.
and the woman was
The
different.
widow don't get nothing on collateral.
That's right.
You don't go and pledge her nothing.
Right.
You give her.
Boaz said, let her pick. Leave
Let
alone.
her pick.
So as men,
Leave her alone.
leave her.
I have instructed the young man not to say nothing to her.
She a widow.
Oh, but she a woman. I said she could do this. Mine.
She a widow.
And I told you guys don't say nothing. He said he ordered the young men. Now the young men go anything out of place. That's their job to say something.
That's
I
right.
said, look, you see her, Ruth? Leave her alone. That's me.
She gonna walk around.
That's what we say today, right?
Uh-huh.
You say, yo, that's you, son? Yeah, that's me. You know what that means? Leave her alone. Don't nobody say nothing to her.
Uh-huh.
Don't look at her too long.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I say the rage, the jealousy of a man, a gift cannot be given to him to appease him.
So
To
pacify.
I still got to live with the fact that you was with a woman.
Yeah, he was on the
I'm not going to be the king My woman is over there with you. Now bring my woman back here.
What?
You want peace? Bring her back here. Tell your man, give it up. Oh, where you going? Where you leaving? Oh, man, you got to go back.
No.
He was crying after her. Look, man, you take my wife, man. That's not a good feeling.
No.
Abraham said, my sister, you my sister,
None at all.
I would have done the same. Any one of us would have done. What, they going to kill you and take your woman? Can you imagine that? I'm going to be dead and they're going to be with my woman. Nah, man.
That's crazy.
It's a ruthless world.
That's crazy.
Whenever you got a possession, always be ready to defend and protect it. You know, why is a possession? Yeah, you protect her, you guide her, you hold her down. That's right. Look, I do that with my pet. I do that with my pet. My woman, I don't lie with my pet. I lie with her. There's an affection there that I got with her that I don't have with nobody else. That's why I said when a man cleave, he gonna cleave to his wife. So he's not henpecked. He's always with a woman. He's good. At least he ain't out there with whores. That's better. You in the house every day with your woman, being up under her, than being around sinners and whores and men that are whoremongers. I used to get called henpecked. Once I get a woman, everybody hated me because I wasn't around. Yeah. You got to look at things like that. Let me tell you something. Women don't want you until you got a woman.
Right.
That's true.
Right.
Wow.
I know women.
That's a lot of participation.
I know what I'm talking about. This is like
The woman has
there's something about this guy.
The woman has a woman.
Why she's with him. Or, wow, look how he treat her. I want to be treated like that.
Hey man, the Lord said, "Clear man got to leave his fatherland."
Cleave to her. I'm going to cleave to her.
Let me alone. Let me cleave.
I'm do still good. I honor them. They still get stuff done. But I'm going to be here. I'm going to be here. It's my rib. That's what he said. This is my rib. And what part of the body was woman made out of? The rib. That's why we call y'all my rib.
That's right.
And it's right to die, you my wife. I will kill for you, you my wife. I will get in front of the bullet and take it.
That's a fact.
That's love. I
That's
will
a
give
fact.
myself up for you.
Ain't nobody else in this world doing
So let's make this work. She ain't got to leave. We ain't got to break up. I'm not thinking about it. I thought we were supposed to grow old together. When we was pillow talking, you said you want to grow old with me and have kids. So we supposed to get mad at each other and it don't stop nothing.
That's right.
Why I get mad at you? I get mad at you and I ain't want to break up. I ain't say, well, I'm gonna write you a bill of divorce. I'm not even getting with you for that. We're gonna go through things. It's a test of trial of you and her being together. That's what love is, man. And it's beyond death. That's why in this day and age, people take vows. They even take vows. And they don't stick to those vows. The man don't stick to it. Women don't stick to it. That's why we got to stick to what God say, because it makes us better people in front of God. Your marriage is the best marriage. These are real. This is a real husband and wife serving God. No marriage is better than that. No marriage. You can't defeat that. Time sheet.
And was there four whole months.
Wow.
And her husband arose.
So now, your wife leave you, go back to your father, to her father's house. Oh, 4 months. That's more than 90 days.
That's a long time, man.
Look, after 90 days,
That's a long time.
No, you said, I don't care. I'm good. You go ahead. 90 days hit.
What happened after 90 days? Brother said,
I miss her.
brother,
I miss her.
man, I miss my woman. Man.
I miss her.
Man,
Look, baby, and when I get on that phone, I am going to talk according to her heart. I'm not going to do that no more. I'm all right, baby. Look, let's come back.
You must have experienced it.
Just come back.
You must have experienced it.
I'm not complete. No. I'm not. Look, you gotta come back. Look. I'm gonna kill something.
I've been there once.
You gotta come back.
I've been there once.
Oh man, 4 months. Look what this guy did. After 4 months, what he did, Chief Shama.
And her husband arose.
He got
and
up.
went after her.
He went after
and
her.
spoke
I'm
friendly.
going to go and get you.
And
You've
spoke
been down there
friendly
too
unto
long. You won't, yo, I'm coming. I'm coming to get you. Yeah, that's love. And I've seen women be like, after that, he said, yeah, I'm coming to get you. You my woman. She look at her whole girl and be like, that's what they need. Yo, sometimes they need for us to get. They need sometimes. They like it when we get jealous over them. That show you love them. God love us. He get jealous over us. When God get jealous, his wrath get kindled. People die. When a man gets jealous, his wrath get kindled. People die. Jealousy is not something to play with.
No.
When a woman gets jealous, nobody dies. She would wish you did. You would wish you did, because she's scorned. And now, so scorned woman will set you up.
Right.
She'll set you up. She know you. She know you. She's been sleeping under you for years. She know how to get you. So look, none of that is love. What we together for? Why do we have children?
Right.
So it takes both parties, man. What I want, I have to give. What I want, I have to give out.
Come on.
I want attention, I gotta give it. I want love, I gotta show it. I want respect, I gotta give it. That don't apply to your parents.
Don't apply to your
I'm
parents.
talking about what makes me and you one as a man and wife. I'm not talking about your parents. Parents override, shut down.
That's right.
That's it.
That's right.
If they can grab you and take you and get you killed because you eat too much and drink too much and won't listen, that does not apply to them. They don't have to respect you.
That's right.
Your parents
Say it again.
can't steal from you.
They don't have to respect you. That's why we rise when they walk in and everything stops. So we acknowledge their presence.
Yeah.
Most of the time when they come in the room, they got something to say anyway.
Right.
But they got to sit and wait for you to.
True.
Everything.
When you're in the courtroom, when you get in trouble with God and God puts you in the courtroom and say, all rise, you rise. Let me see you sit down. Let me see you sit down.
Call that judge by his first name.
And that ain't your mama, you ain't your daddy, he ain't even related to you. You gonna get up.
Call the judge by his first name. You ain't gonna do that.
You're gonna address him as your honor.
Yeah.
You never call him by the last name or first name.
Come on, man.
How much more so saying God's name
El Shaddai.
or your parents' name?
The greatest honor.
Who walks around saying their parents' name? Hey, Willie, come here, Willie. My father's name is Willie, and I don't say daddy, Abba, nothing. I don't give him the title of father. That's dishonor. If a man say, hey, look, don't call me that, call me this, and you call him something else, you dishonoring him. That could lead to something. Don't offend people. Don't do to people what you don't want done to yourself. And you ain't got to worry about offending nobody. That'll make, when you think like that, you will have careful consideration.
Right.
Time sheet.
And to bring her again, having his servants with him and a couple of asses. And she brought him into her father's house. And when the father of the damsel saw him,
Look,
he rejoiced to meet him.
He's not coming back without him. He brought his servants with an extra camel so that she could ride her on when he come back.
Right.
I got in my car, and I told my man, yo, get in the other car. Because when I come back, she going to be in that other car. I'm not coming back without my woman. Look, it's do or die, man. You don't play with that. I'm going to get her. Time sheet.
And his father-in-law, the damsel's father, retained him. And he abode with him 3
Now,
days.
this to show you that they have a good relationship. I had a father-in-law when I was married, and he treated me like I was
A son.
a son.
Right.
Okay? He even offered me a job. He said, yo, you just go ahead and say, I got a job for you. I couldn't take that job. You remember, right, Emo?
Yeah.
You know what the job was? Making tombstones.
Yeah.
That's a matzeba. I can't, if I can't have this, what am I doing making it?
Right.
Right.
That's why he said, do not make unto yourselves any graven image. Because
Right.
there was no source to buy it.
Right.
You made your own gods. So I'm sitting there making tombstones for people. Rest in peace. If they want an image on it, I gotta put the image on it. Most people go on a cross on their tombstone. Most people put the stars on the tombstone. The R.I.P. The day that they were born, and the year they were born, and the year they died. The birthday, the death day, all that stuff is pagan death worship. That's where it come from. So my father's grave is not marked.
That's right.
It's a stick there.
That's right.
To represent where his grave at.
That's right.
The tombstone goes beyond that.
That's right.
Here lies. And y'all know the story. And there's silence, and there's liquor being poured out. There, people take their hat and tip it. All that is in commemoration to the dead. We can't mourn like they mourn. Our mourning is different.
Talk about it.
Our mourning, our
different.
crying for our dead is different.
That's right.
But we don't take the customs of our more people. I see my father do that.
Yeah.
Well, I know he's real.
Yeah. We fast. We don't go drink.
I seen that. I said, he's real.
Let's go drink.
A brother died. Shalomo. I saw my father cry, man. That was the first time I seen him cry. Never seen my father cry until I was a teenager. His friend died. He went like this. He ripped his garment. But he wasn't naked under there. He had another garment under it, another robe. Jonathan wasn't naked when he took his robe off and gave to David. That's why I tell you, you got a heavy coat, which is a heavy robe, and then you got a light robe like this. You come in the house, you take the heavy robe off. When you leave it out, you put the heavy one on. And that's where they got the idea of coats. But then they put the zippers in the open, Greek fashion.
We mourn, we fast.
So they did eat and drink and lodged there. And it came to pass on the fourth day, when he arose early in the morning, that he rose up to depart. And the damsel's father said unto his son-in-law, comfort thine heart with a morsel of bread, and afterwards go your way. And they sat down and did eat and drink, both of them together. For the damsel's father had said unto the man, be content, I pray thee, and tarry all night, and let thine heart be merry.
He didn't want to go. It's the son to him. There's times when the sons or the daughters come around, you hate to see them leave. Yeah, sometimes my sisters come around, and when it's time for them to go, I feel away. I'm like, hey, you going already? And that's how he felt with him. I said, man, you ain't got to go yet, man. Don't worry. Come. And he said, all right, let's stay more. Tell you.
Judges chapter 19, verse 7. And when the man rose up to depart, his father-in-law urged him. Therefore he lodged there again. And he arose early in the morning on the fifth day to depart. And the damsel's father said, comfort thine heart, I pray thee.
Okay, hold on. Go down to verse 10. Because the rest of those verses is him getting up, getting ready to leave, and him stopping him. Nah, you ain't going nowhere. Come eat your Boston bread. And he chills with him. This is like his pops. That's what you do. You chill with your father. Right? Now go to verse 10.
But the man would not tarry that night, but he arose up and departed.
But he chose to leave at night. Now the custom in the East, you don't let nobody leave your house at night, let alone kick somebody out at night. Okay? We didn't do that. Oh, man. I see a lot of reactions. I'm getting a lot of points today. These things are not good. They're not good. I said, yo, bro, man, sometimes my obvious just say, man, you ain't need it's about 2, 3 o'clock. Man, stay here. You might as well stay here.
Oh, yeah.
You're gonna be here in another couple of hours. And I'll be like, you know what, you're right. And you know what he said? He said, because the custom of the East, we don't let nobody leave our house after dark, let alone deep in the night. But this man was adamant on going home. He wants to go home. And he left at night. Now watch what happens at night in Israel, in Israelites' tales.
But the man would not tarry that night, but he rose up and departed, and came over against Jebus, which is Jerusalem.
Which is the name before it got the name Jerusalem. It was named after the people who ruled it, which is the Jebusites. The Jebusites is one of the tribes of Canaan. And in the time of Joshua, when Israel was supposed to expel them out the land, they did not drive these guys out. These guys were too hard, and they never went up. They had a tower. The Jebusites stayed in the land until the time of David.
Mhm.
Even when we was in the land, the Jebusites held it down. We couldn't kick them out until the time of David. When David came, that's when we got him out of there, and that's when the name Jerusalem, it became Jerusalem. Before that, it was the town of Salem. In Abraham's time, it was the town of Salem. And then it became the town of Jebus. Cities are named after who conquered it, who took over, or who made it. That's another way how you make a name for yourself. Okay? I built a big giant bridge, and I named it after me. I made a name for myself. I go to war and conquer you. I made a name for myself. I do something that nobody has done, whether it's evil or good. I made a name for myself because I will be remembered for this. This is the first guy to do this. This is the guy that built that. And that's what they was trying to do at Babel. They was trying, it said they were trying to make a name for themselves. So when you look this term up, it goes into war, building monuments, okay? Like the Washington monuments.
Yeah.
Okay? This is what men do. They either build things or go to war. And that's how you make a name for yourself. Tamshi.
And there were with him 2 asses saddled, his concubine, also with him.
So look, they made up. So she coming back. Whatever she was mad about, she ain't mad no more. So they in Jebus and they leaving out now.
Mm-hmm.
Where we at? Verse 11? Tamshi.
And when they were by Jebus, the day was far spent.
Uh-huh.
And the servant said unto his master, Come, I pray thee, and let us turn in into the city of the Jebusites, and lodge in it.
So they was close to the Jebusite city. So he said, look, man, the day is almost over. Okay? Let's go into the city of the Jebusites and find a place to lodge. This is how hotels went back for people who travel. The inn. The saloon. Okay? All these places, you can get a drink downstairs, you get a room upstairs. In the morning, you get back on your horse, you're gone. Okay? Tamshi.
And his master said unto him, We will not turn aside hither into the city of a stranger. That is not of the children of Israel.
I'm not going in that city. I'm not going in Brooklyn. Ain't nobody served God in Brooklyn. I'm going to Manhattan where all the Israelites is at. That's what he said. Tamshi. So he had a right mind. That was a good decision. That was the right decision. You would say, right?
See what you just said? Yes. So before you move into a spot, you scan the area to see if there are some Israelites there that you can congregate and hold a Shabbat there.
There we go.
You don't move in a spot
There we go.
that you can't congregate at.
There we go. You got to know where you're going.
You gotta know where you're going.
This man said it's none of our people here.
That's right.
So I'm not going there.
Right.
And that same thing is today. Surely God is not in this place. Because the stuff that's going on, everybody's with it. There is nobody saying this is wrong.
That's right.
Everybody's with it. Down the little kids, they all like this. That's where a place like that, where he say, surely God is not in this place.
That's right.
A place where God, look, it means it's about to get judged.
That's right.
And that was Egypt.
That's right.
Did not Egypt get judged?
That's right.
That was Egypt. So what these men say is valid. Okay? Tamshi.
And he said unto his servants, Come and let us draw near to one of these places to lodge all night in
Gibeah or Ramah. Gibeah, Ramah. These are cities in the territory of Benjamin. Our people. Let us go to where our people at. I'll feel better where my kind is at. That's what everybody do. In jail, the Spanish dudes come in. Oh yeah, you go over there to the Spanish dudes. You know, the Bloods go where the Bloods at. The Crips go where the Crips at. Well, back then it was Neanderthals and Latin Kings. Everybody went to come in. Oh, you ain't none of them? Oh, you from Brooklyn? Well, the Brooklyn guys is over there. Everybody went to their own kind. Birds of a feather, water seeks, is level.
Like spirits attract.
Like spirits attract. Deep. You speak my language? If you the only one speak my language, like spirits attract.
How can two work together?
Okay?
Except
They be agreed. Okay? There is something in common.
Yeah.
So I got something in common in Gibeah. I got something in common in Ramah. I got something in common at that camp. We could go to that camp. You gotta watch it still.
That's right.
You see people, but that's as far as it goes. And he's thinking he's doing the right thing, Tom Sheep.
And they passed on and went their way.
Uh-huh.
And the sun went down upon them when they were by Gibeah, which belonged to Benjamin.
By the time they got to Gibeah, the sun is down, it's dark. Okay, Tom Sheep.
And they turned aside thither to go in and to lodge in Gibeah.
Right.
And when he went in, he sat him down in the street of the city, but there was no man that took them into his house to lodge him.
In Israel, that's not supposed to happen.
No
In
man.
ancient Israel,
No man.
there's no man supposed to be lacking in no city in the street. Somebody takes him in. You see how good our people was?
Mm-hmm.
You can't take nobody homeless in your house. You better not do that. You better not. That's how God. That's how unit. That's how we was. That's how our unity was. That's how strong it was. That I don't have to know you. You want to buzz this? Oh man, hey, there's a brother out there in the city. Yeah, man, come on inside. You can stay by me, free of charge. I'm not charging you. And guess what? You trying to pay me too, because you're not trying to stay for free. And that's the considerate heart. Tom Sheep.
And behold, there came in an old man from his work out of the field that evening, which was also of Mount Ephraim, and he sojourned in Gibeah, but the men of the place were Benjamites.
Stop calling people old. That old man was working in the field, the same work that young men do. So don't think all old men ain't got it. A lot of old men is very skilled. They put one move on you, you're dead. Okay? Remember the move that was put on Asa. Remember what he keep telling him, yo, man, go back, play with one of the young men. Go get their armor. And Asa kept chasing him.
Right.
And he put a move on him.
Old
school move.
Old school.
Not all, he old. All right. But he got some techniques that are old that you don't know about. Tell she.
And when he had lifted up his eyes, he saw a wayfaring man in the streets of the city. And the old man said, whither goest thou? And whence comest thou? And he said unto him, we are passing from Bethlehem, Judah, toward the side of the Mount Ephraim, from thence am I. And I went to Bethlehem, Judah, but I am now going to the house of the Lord. And there is no man that receiveth me to house. Yet there is both straw and provender for our asses.
You don't have to give me nothing. I can provide for mine. I just need somewhere to sit for the night. I can feed my own asses, and the ass is a donkey. Okay? I can feed my donkey. There is bread and wine for me and my handmaid. His wife. He referred to her as his handmaid to the old man, because we are in your. So I'm your servant now. This is your handmaid. Tom Sheep.
And there is bread and wine also for me, and for thy handmaid, and for the young man which is with thy servants. And there is no want of anything.
You see that? I'm staying by somebody. I'm gonna make it my priority. You don't have to do too much for me.
You don't want to be a burden on someone.
I don't want to be a burden on you.
That's the way.
And I'm telling you, if you not being a burden on me, those are two brothers that consider each other. Okay? Tom Sheep.
And the old man said, peace be with thee. Howsoever let all thy wants lie upon me. Only lies not in the streets.
So look, don't worry about that. I just don't want you in the streets. Sounds dangerous, huh?
Yeah.
But this is Israel, Tom Sheep.
Amongst his own people. So he brought him into his house and gave provender unto the asses. And they washed their feet and did eat and drink.
Okay, we're almost to the end now. I want y'all to pay attention to this. Verse 22.
Now as they were making their hearts merry,
as they was drinking and doing their thing and being, happy, what happened?
Behold, the men of the city, certain sons of Belial, beset the house round about, and beat at the door, and spake to the master of the house, the old man, saying, bring forth the man that came into thine house, that we may know him.
Now you may see that part where it said we may know him. Modernly, you say, oh, they want to get to know him. No, they want to get to know him in a different way.
When Adam knew his wife,
Okay, they had sex.
I mean, they had Cain.
Now
They,
all those men want to run a train on the man. That's what they are. This wasn't a gang of men beating this man's door down. Those were Israelites. Those were Benjamites. They want to put him, the old man, to give them the old man, the Levite. The old man to give them the Levite so they can know him. All those men want to know the Levite man sexually. They want to do a homosexual act to him. Okay? The man said, I don't want to go to J Boo's because that's what they're going to try to do to me. You go there where his people at, and look what they try to do to him. This is what happens when you don't serve God.
Right.
What we will do to each other. Term sheet.
And the master of the house went out unto them.
The old man closed the door behind him and went out to speak to them. What did he say?
And said unto them, nay, my brethren.
He said, nah, man.
Nay. I pray,
Nay.
I pray you, do not so wickedly. Seeing that this man is coming to my house, do not this folly. Behold,
You know what y'all asking? Y'all asking for me to send this man out. I took it under my protection so you men can homosexually gangbang. And y'all are Israelites? Don't do so wickedly.
behold, here is my daughter, a maiden.
People say, oh, this is wrong. But see, let me show you something. He said, here's my daughter, a maiden.
A maiden.
All right? And his concubine, this man's concubine. He said, I will bring them out to them, and you can satisfy yourself with them because they're women.
The word for maiden is betula.
Okay? It means virgin. I give you a virgin, but I'm not going to give you this man. His stays a virgin. He stays a virgin. He doesn't get entered. But I will allow you. I'm her father. And you didn't see, she didn't protest. Because even she would say, yes, I would rather you do me than do that man that came into my father's house. See, we speaking for these people like they were victims, and they wasn't. They was down. If her father told her, leave that man alone, I don't want you with him no more, and get away from him and come here and go marry that man, because that's what Saul did. That's what Saul did. So he said, here's my daughter. I got a virgin for you and his concubine. Why don't you go to them? Humble yourselves. Do what seemeth good unto you. But unto this man, don't do such a vile thing. Remember the movie South Central? And they was locked up. He said, man, what you doing? He's a man.
He a man.
This is a man. He's a man. You know what that means? Do you understand what you want? You want to be, you are sexually attracted to a man and you're a man.
he owed me 15 boxes.
And that was his excuse. But you didn't want to do that. That's the excuse. Why does the judgment have to be that? Why does the judgment have to be bestiality, cruelty to a person? Why? They said, man, don't do such a thing. I'm going to bring them out to you. Tamshi.
Behold, here's my daughter, a maiden.
Verse 25.
But the men would not hearken to him.
They didn't want the woman.
So the man took his concubine and brought her forth unto them.
So you know what happened? When it said the men would not hearken, you know what happens when men don't listen? Yo, man, get out the way, man. Get out the way. So he grabbed his concubine because they're not listening. And they're about to go for him. Grabbed her, pushed out there, and they dealt with her. The object was to have sex with her. This is what you wanted to do to the man.
Right.
All right? This is where they messed up at. Top sheet. He said they brought her forth unto them, and they did what?
And they knew her.
They knew her.
And
they, multiple men, knew this woman sexually.
They ran a train on her.
They
abused her.
Okay? So I don't want to hear about why a woman can't have more than one husband. You understand now?
Amen.
Why you can't have more than one husband?
Uh-huh.
This is why. Because a whole bunch of men, you dealing with a whole bunch of men is not correct. And this had to happen to prevent them from doing something worse. He said he abused her all the night until the morning. Now, they knew her, meaning they had sex with her, but the abuse, you know what that is? They beat her. They abused her. They beat her all night. A whole group of men.
That's foul.
Okay? Until the
That's
morning.
That's
He said when the day began to spring, they did this all night till the morning.
Foul.
They let her go after that. Tom she.
Then came the woman in the dawning of the day and fell down at the door of the man's
Look,
house
she ain't had no more
where
energy
her
to
Lord
walk.
was.
She was walking, stumbling. And then when she got to the threshold of the door where her Lord was, her Lord is her husband.
Right.
She dropped.
Yeah.
Couldn't take it no more.
Right.
They beat her up, man. Tom she.
Yeah, down.
And the Lord rose up in the morning and opened the door of the house and went out to go this way. And behold, the woman, his concubine, was falling down at the door.
When he
of the
opened
house.
up the door to leave, she's dead.
Damn.
Because remember, she was with them all night. And he said, man, she ain't coming back. She ain't coming back. You don't expect her to come back. These guys are brutal. And well, she did come back, but she didn't reach the door.
That was a devious act.
So when he opened the door, she's dead.
Yes.
On the threshold. What sight is that? That's still my cookie.
That's a hell of a sight, man. That's still my woman.
That's still my woman. You think I wanted to throw her out there?
No.
Y'all came with this crap, and that's why all of this happened. Tom she.
And he said unto her, Up, and let us be,
He said,
and let
all right,
us
come
be
on,
going.
let's go.
But
What
none
happened?
answered.
No answer.
Then the man took her up upon an
She's
ass,
dead.
and the man rose up and got him unto his place.
He took her, put on his ass. He didn't say a word. Went home. What he did when he went home?
And when he was come into his house, he took a knife and laid hold on his concubine and divided her together with her bones into 12 pieces and sent her into the coast of Israel.
He didn't like what happened.
Each tribe get a piece.
Each tribe will get a piece of her body to let everybody know
What happened?
these guys
and what
happened.
took place.
They didn't come here to, oh man, they went to rape. No. The first thing they came to do was rape a man.
That was
Because they
that's what
couldn't
they
do
wanted
that.
to do.
That's why they killed her. They didn't have to kill her.
Said they
They could have knew her, but it said, and they abused her.
That wasn't normal sex.
That's not sex.
They was being
It was abusive.
They
Wow.
did stuff that's inhumanly impossible to live. They tortured her.
Right.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Right.
She was messed up, man.
Sadistic.
And that, and look,
They didn't
didn't
want
have-
her. They wanted him. They
That-
wanted a
look,
man.
They didn't. That's why they did that.
They wanted a
They
man.
spitefully did that because they didn't want the woman.
Right. Right.
Finish it off.
And it was so that all that saw it said there was no such deed done, nor seen from the day that the children of Israel came up out of the land of Egypt unto this day. Consider of it. Take advice.
And stay in
Keep
mind.
your mind.
We're gonna continue this next week. There's a lot more to this. Shalom Aleichem.
Right.